Bless you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank everybody for coming today. We will convene the Fayette County Commissioners meeting Tuesday, November 19th at 10 a.m. Please stand for a moment of prayer.
Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, I come before you in Jesus' name. I thank you, Father, for allowing us to get here safely today. And thank you, Lord, for blessing us. I pray, Lord, that you'd help us to remember, Lord, that your word tells us in John chapter 10, verse 10, the thief comes not to steal, nor to kill or destroy, but Jesus has come that they may have life, they may have it more abundantly. Lord, we're praying for this county that you provide abundant life in this county. Lord, that you'd bless each citizen in this county. And Lord, that there would be jobs come here. There would be businesses come here. And Lord, we must remember 150 years ago, as President Lincoln, on this day, said 70 years ago, our fathers have brought forth this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty. And Lord, then he finished that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom. Lord, bring freedom within this county. Bring jobs within this county. Bring loving and kindness, your love, Father, and touch our hearts, Lord, that we may see this county turn into a great county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please turn for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, there are two amendments to the agenda today. One is for the for a proclamation for Pancreatic Cancer Month, which is November, and the other is to consider approving seismographic surveys on some county properties by a company by the name of Cougar Land Services.
The request, if I may,
The request was from our Director of Public Works. The parcels in question here are a number of smaller parcels of land in the following locations: Spring Hill Township, Nicholson Township, German Township, and Mason Town area. Largest parcel is 28 acres, starting at the point on the north side of Point Marion and running on the Monongahela River side of Point Marion to the West Virginia border.
Mr. Carson, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
The purpose of this study is, if I missed it, is there an explanation as to what?
Seismographic study of the area. Apparently, there's a well company or a Marcellus Shell developer interested in looking at some wells in the areas where they're wanting to do the seismographic testing. This is a contracted company that works for the well company.
And there appears that there's some small stipend to the county.
Where's a small stipend to the county
to gain access to these properties. It looks like it's in a total sum of $231.15,
yes,
according to a listed rate schedule.
Yes. Is there a motion to amend the agenda for this, for both of them? I'll second the motion if there's been a first.
Do them independently.
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda for the first item, which is the proclamation for pancreatic cancer.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Just a question for our solicitors. I know you haven't had a long time to look this over, but is there opinion on the request?
Well, I have had an opportunity to look at it. I think John did too. The request isn't so far as it is with the agreement that they're proposing as a standard, typical seismographic testing agreement I've seen them several times. The companies, either the oil and gas companies or the companies such as this one I'm not familiar with, but they typically do that in areas that they're researching to see if there's oil and gas that's available. So, but it's a standard agreement.
Solicitor Berkeley, you were just handed the paper like 5 minutes before this meeting started. So
That's correct.
There's not been any discussion or review?
Commissioner, I was asked what the agreement is. I've seen the agreement.
Which is what, a one-page?
Whether I look at it 2 days ago or today, it's a typical seismographic testing agreement. That's all I said. That's all I was asked to look at it for.
And you're saying that based on reading this one-page document, okay, that you think that it's okay for the county to enter into the agreement?
I'm not making an opinion as to whether or not you should enter into the agreement. I'm indicating to you that, and to this board, that I have read the proposed agreement, that if this board decides that it's good policy to enter into it, that this agreement is the typical agreement in the industry for those types of testing.
Solicitor Cupp, have you looked at this agreement?
I read it this same time that Ken got.
Which was?
10 minutes ago. I seem to recall having had some email that referred to something that, if I have a recollection, it is very vague, and I was unaware that that was going to be a matter that was to be discussed today, or I would have researched my correspondence to see if I ever got anything else on it before.
I think we need to take a look at this. Mr. Carson, was there any, did you speak with anybody from the GEO?
David, Bill Moore.
Did he suggest or imply that there was any time-sensitive nature to this? I mean,
I'm quite sure there's always a time-sensitive.
well, I mean, for them, but I think for us, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think this matter could go under some additional review and
I don't think
bring this up.
Additional review with her.
That's, I mean,
Hurt.
I think.
Hurt. I mean, it goes beyond hurt. What needs to be done is to have a full commissioner discussion on this agreement and anything else that we propose voting on before it ever gets on this agenda. I agree with you, Commissioner
So
Brown.
that was suggested, so I will not make a motion. I think we need to
No,
move
we'll
on.
not make a motion either.
No action on that item. Are there any public comments on any of the agenda items? Yes, Ms. Havana.
I knew you were trying to.
How are you today?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I promise you I will not take 15 minutes. I'm here today on behalf of a group of people, not just myself, and I will limit my comments. I noticed that the prison is mentioned at least 3 times in the agenda, and so I believe that what I'm going to say basically is legitimate. First of all, I believe in open government. I have always believed in public discussion of all issues, pro, con. And we've had some really hot ones. And today, I've decided that the group and I thought about this for a while. And so today I'm here to present a public information about an effort that soon, I guess, you will know about. I sent a request for a referendum to the Department of the Bureau of Elections here. I've talked with Mr. Blosser on several occasions about this, and he had told me that he gave me all of this stuff, which I've been reading for the past month or so, laws. I'm getting to be an attorney, by the way. And so basically I'm here to inform you, the commissioners and the public, that we did indeed file a request for a referendum yesterday. I basically wanted to tell you what that request is. We have talked about the prison, and we have disagreed on that. But when you're talking about $30 to $60 million and 2 or 3 generations having to pay for it, it seems to me that the resolutions that were passed by 2 of the commissioners are not sufficient, in my mind, to allow the county to borrow that kind of money. And in that way, really, for the rest of the next 50 years, or 40 years, 30 years anyway, 30 years will take us to about 2047 or something like that. And at that point, we'll be really harnessing these people for generations to this. So yesterday, and I won't read the whole thing, I did send this in. This email serves as our official request that a binding referendum question pertaining to all resolutions related to relocating, building, and borrowing funds of at least $30 million or more for a new prison, passed by Commissioners Ambrosini and Zakatowski at the October 2013 Commissioners meeting, be presented to Fayette voters for a yes or no vote on the spring 2014 primary ballot. Our intention is to assure that all resolutions pertaining to borrowing, funding, building, relocating the new county prison passed by the 2 commissioners at that October 13, 2013 meeting be repealed, rescinded, and declared null and void. I then proceeded to ask for some of the issues that need to be solved, timelines, etc., which is just the logical stuff. Now, this is our intention to pursue this because this is an issue that affects all of Fayette County for many years into the future. It is not a decision to be made by 2 people. It's about the funds of the county. I thought about it, and then I thought, okay, what's really the major issue? And it is borrowing of the $30 million plus 30 plus, I'm going to say double at $60 million to be paid for over 30 years. And it seems to me it's growing. But anyway, I decided that since that was the crux of the problem, the $30 million, if the commission is willing today to choose to adopt a resolution at this meeting to refrain from floating a bond to pay for this current new relocated state prison, passed and started and begun, and it's in other parts of the resolutions have been passed too on occasion, that if you're willing to say in a legal resolution that you will not float this $30 million bond, then we would consider withdrawing the referendum issue. However, if you insist that you need this $30 million and that has to be gotten before you can start, then I suppose we will then just have a referendum. It would be a binding referendum. Now, I expect that there will be problems as we pursue this, and I say this, and I'm not allowed to look at you, but it is for you. One of the problems that I know will occur is that the election board has 2 of the commissioners, all 3 of the commissioners, serving on the election board. And since we basically have worded this in the way we have, I would find it difficult, I think, for those commissioners who voted for and are certainly the people who are leading the charge for the new prison will find this very difficult to be objective, at least I would be. And so therefore, I'm suggesting that they may want to recuse themselves from this issue when it gets to the election board, unless, of course, I have nothing to say about it. I'm just saying it seems to me to be the legitimate thing to do. If I were in your position, I would recuse myself. So anyway, that's it. We're going to file. We did file. The process starts now. I've met with a couple of groups of people. This is not just me. I probably have 45 to 50 names of people who are interested in working with this. There are probably others, and if they would like to join me and join us, there are 5 people who are at the core of it. The Mazes, myself, David Show, and John Buchanan, and others whose names do not appear. But we do want a referendum, and if we don't get a referendum, we'll probably have to look for another step. So you either have the referendum or pass a thing saying we will not borrow $30 million or float a bond anyway. And if you do that today, then we will get together and rethink it. We'll see how it all works out. That's my proposal. I present it on behalf of the referendum group. That's all we call ourselves. And I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Any other public comments on the agenda items? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Catherine Jones.
Yes.
I'm here because I believe that it's necessary for the public to be aware that you, Mr. Ambrosini, and you, Mr. Zapatowski, are fully aware of the illegal drugging of inmates in our prison. For the purpose, don't stop me, for the purpose of facilitating the shipping and handling of said prisoners. You have stacked the prison to effect overcrowding, to force a new prison down our throats. I believe that if there's an ethical attorney in this room, don't roll your eyes. I believe that if there's an ethical attorney in this room, that they can obtain an injunction to prevent either of you from acting on this prison project until you have answered for the abuses that take place at the Fayette County Prison.
Thank you. Any other comments on any of the agenda items?
I just wanted to, first of all, we don't put people in the Fayette County Prison.
Stop now.
No, please, let me finish.
You and I have met face to face.
Ma'am, we do not sentence the people to go to jail. That is done by the courts, ma'am. We do
Did
not
I
do
suggest
that.
you sentence anybody?
Well, you're saying that we have overcrowded the prison. That's all I'm saying, ma'am.
I believe you've colluded with other members of the county government to overcrowd the prison, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other?
Anything else?
No, ma'am,
We're fine. Are there any other comments on the agenda? Yes, Mr. Manager.
This has to do with the prison too. And you stated at previous meeting that you're going to finance this prison with money from the Marcellus Shale gas income and from the Lady Luck casino. Those are both unstable incomes. The gas company income comes from from the wells. The wells last 15 years. Each well lasts 15 years. Some of them have been in production for a number of years already. Every 5 years, the money diminishes. At the end of 15 years, it stops. You're going to float a 30-year bond. The money from the income from the casino is unstable because you don't know what you're getting. You get on whatever business that they do. And right now, they've laid off a whole bunch of people up there, and they're not doing the business that they once did. Also, now you're involved in having to build a sewage plant or some sort of sewage. And if it takes $30 million to build the prison, it's going to cost millions to build that sewage too. So you're going to have to float a bigger bond than $30 million. In fact, the supervisor from North Union said 10 years ago they built a sewage plant and it cost them between $10 and $17 million to build. So you're going to have to add to that $30 million. And with unstable income. Also, I'd like to know is how many inmates do we have farmed out? It's my understanding we have 45. Is that right?
I'm not sure. We probably
Well, anyhow, 30.
We typically 20% to 42% of our population is rented out on a on a monthly basis?
Well, it's my understanding that there's 45 people, 8 of which are women. And if there's a total of, there's 28 women incarcerated in our own jail. That makes 36 women. You just leased a property you're going to build into a women's prison dormitory. And I imagine it will take the 36 women. That means that you have 37 men outstanding farmed out. So if you put 36 women into that leased property that you're building, that you're going to remodel, that would leave one person farmed out because you could bring back 36. So my question is, why do we need a prison?
We don't.
No, we don't.
Thank you, Mr. Matz. Are there any other public comments on any of the agenda items? Yes, ma'am.
Just a question. On your under the human resources section, I just don't understand. What does it mean to rescind the volunteer internship of someone? Does that mean they've done their hours and it's just run out?
Well, no, they didn't, obviously, if I may, they didn't want to
complete it.
Yeah, the internship.
Okay, I just
didn't.
Because I just wondered, I didn't know what that meant.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I specifically asked at the Bullskin Township Prison meeting as to whether, and I addressed this to Mr. Crabtree, as to whether the plans for the...
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, it's Joe Schiffbauer. I asked if there was a sewage processing facility designed with this prison, and also if the costs were included, and he answered definitely yes. He elaborated on it, and then about 3 or 4 days later, I find out in the paper that there are no sewage plans. We were lied to, okay? You need to stop this prison plan because we are misinformed. The public is being misinformed, okay? It needs to stop. It needs to stop. That's all.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other comments on the agenda? Yes, sir.
Mr. Schiffbauer, were you done?
Yes, ma'am, I was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to take a little extra time limping up here. Mr. Chairman, I think I'll follow
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Chuck Utsconish from the lesser end of the county, the suppressed people. I think I followed the agenda, and I just want to be certain for the record. I am a property owner lifelong in the county, and I think that you have on this seismic study, you've addressed that, hopefully, and I just want to be certain that, as an example, the people came to do it on my property one day. It was on a Sunday to boot. Now, us so-called farmers, so to speak, we have springs, water, as a water supply. And good thing I caught them. I just came from church this particular day. And they were going to drill 100 feet from the spring that's never gone dry. It's like Old Faithful, been there for 100 years that I'm aware of, never went dry. They were going to set off a charge. Now, who knows what is going to happen when this is done in the farming communities. We just want to make sure that I'm not going to run after someone trying to get a bond secured in some way after the fact because they won't be around. So I just hope that the county, and I know you people will, from what you've addressed already, protect this kind of thing. And I just want to, I think you've done that as per a review. But I just want to make certain that before you act, try to protect us poor people a little bit too. And I'm sure you will.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments on the agenda items?
I'm sorry, I didn't know whether this was now or later, but,
Well, if it's an agenda item.
yeah, I
comment
got
now.
expert opinion.
You can comment on anything later.
Okay, I just wondered regarding the lease for the Neubauer property, if you know the amount you'll be paying it?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Yes, Reverend.
Yes, excuse me, sir. This may not be appropriate at this time. I apologize if it's not. Just want to invite you, the commissioners, all the commissioners to come out and Fayette County come out on this momentous occasion as we honor God's Holy Scriptures this Saturday at 5:30 at Payne AME Church. It's an opportunity for many faiths to come together, and there's already St. John's in Connellsville has offered parking, and Animal House right next door is offered the parking. And again, this is the basis of our laws. It's our opportunity to stand up and be counted for, saying this is where our freedoms are found. And we obviously, Reverend Thompson is inviting everyone to come.
With all due respect, our laws can be found in the Magna Carta, not the Bible.
Thank you very much. And God bless you guys.
Thank you, Reverend. Any other comments on agenda items? Seeing none, we'll go to the item four.
Before you move to item number 4, just a couple comments on some of the statements made by these individuals. Mr. Yaskanish?
Yes.
You're correct with respect to the seismic testing. When there was seismic testing throughout Fayette County many, many months ago, even more so closer to a year, there were a lot of questions asked by residents because the individuals were just coming onto their neighboring properties and going onto theirs. And we've had some complaints, me particularly, and then I don't know if the other commissioners have also, that not only were they on the property, but also that there were some damage that was made, and they were concerned about springs and well waters. It's not just the farms, but I did get a lot of the calls from the farmers, but also from residents. So even though, you know, this agreement that the company forwarded, which is a one-page agreement and an exhibit that says that they'll pay $231, you know, the county doesn't need $231 that badly to just agree to sign an agreement. And we as sitting commissioners have a responsibility, a very specific responsibility with respect to this seismic, because they are county-owned parcels. You know, the exhibit that's attached to this agreement that was asked that we, you know, place on the agenda for a vote, you know, only has, doesn't even have parcel numbers on it, and it's not specific. So that's why I was not supportive, because we need to not just table this or not take any action and then, you know, in December or January come back and do it. No, we actually need to have a discussion with the commissioners, with this company, as well as 1, 2, 3 county solicitors, and be very specific because of the issues that you raised. So thank you for bringing that up.
I just, not to prolong anything, but I just want to make certain that there's not going to be a blanketed agreement that's going to encompass the county.
Right.
Which would be the private, you know, property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The other statement that Mr. Schiffbauer, you had mentioned about the Bullskin Township meeting, I was present, and you're absolutely correct. That question was asked, and it was stated specifically that the sewage was included. Catherine Jones, you had made a comment that 2 of the 3 commissioners are aware.
More like an accusation.
Okay. You and I have never spoken, so
we spoke on the street briefly a couple of months ago.
When you were right, when I made a comment and
yes.
about a sign that you were holding, and
yes.
you made another comment and said you're one of them.
Yes.
And yeah, that's I'm talking about. We've never spoke about the issue at hand.
I have spoken to the other 2 though.
Okay.
In this room
Okay, well, I was not part of that.
I understand
And that may be at your doing, and that's perfectly.
It was not.
Okay. I don't know whose doing it was, but if you want those two?
I would guess. My appointment was with Mr. Zapatowski.
That's correct.
Mr. Ambrosini and Mr. Miller tagged along. They told me you weren't interested, but based on what I've read lately, I doubt you were even made aware.
Commissioner, Mrs. Jones sent an email out to all three of us. No, excuse me, she sent an email out to me.
Just one?
And,
are you sure?
May I finish? And I had contacted her on a few occasions. Unfortunately, we were not able to meet on the week that I had scheduled because we were required to be at the federal courthouse during the trial with the Church of Love and Music. Subsequently, I had asked Ms. Jones to meet with me after, I believe, our agenda meeting, and we met here, and Mr. Ambrosini stayed. Mr. Miller was informed by me to attend the meeting because Ms. Jones had some questions regarding some of the actions in the jail that I was not able to answer without his...
Regarding some actions, no sir, regarding the illegal drugging of inmates.
Again,
be specific.
The only thing that I'm at, I don't know anything about the meeting. Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
I'll
It was a
fill you
meeting
in
that I
after
scheduled with
that.
her personally.
Okay.
I'll be happy to fill you in.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, you just heard Commissioner Zapatowski said that it was a meeting that he scheduled. I didn't decline to come to the meeting. I did not know about the meeting.
No.
Okay.
I believe you.
Okay. Well, you heard it from him. I mean,
Yeah.
I get tired of saying, "Hey, no one's telling me anything."
Commissioner,
Okay.
It
That's
was a
fine.
meeting that I set
That
up
he
with
set
him.
up. Okay. So that's why I wasn't there. I didn't refuse. I did not know about it. Now the statement is this: since you've now brought it to my attention. Okay. Briefly you made some statements. I'm putting this back to you. If you wish to meet with me on that subject matter, please let me know. If you're going to stay for the end of the meeting, or call me at a later time and we will schedule a meeting. Okay?
I will stay after the meeting to discuss meeting again.
Okay, that's fine.
With evidence.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the Fayette County Redevelopment Authority, I would like to read the, is there anybody here, by the way, from the for pancreatic cancer, before I read the proclamation? Okay. Without objection, I'll just read the proclamation. This is for Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. Declaring the month of November Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month in the county of Fayette, Pennsylvania, whereas in 2013, an estimated 45,220 people were diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the United States, and 38,460 will die from the disease. Pancreatic cancer is one of the deadliest cancers. It is the fourth leading cause of cancer death in the United States and is the only major cancer with a 5-year relative survival rate in the single digits at just 6%. Whereas the symptoms of pancreatic cancer present themselves, it is late stage, and 73% of pancreatic cancer patients die within the first year of their diagnosis, while 94% of pancreatic cancer patients die within the first 5 years. Whereas approximately 1,950 deaths will occur in Pennsylvania in 2013. Whereas the incidence and death rate of pancreatic cancer are increasing, and pancreatic cancer is anticipated to move from the fourth to the second leading cause of cancer death in the U.S. by the year 2020. Whereas the U.S. Congress passed the Recalcitrant Cancer Research Act last year, which calls on the National Cancer Institute to develop a scientific framework or strategic plans for pancreatic cancer and other deadly cancers, which will help provide the strategic direction and guidance needed to make true progress against these diseases. And whereas the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is the national organization serving the pancreatic cancer community in Fayette County, and nationwide through a comprehensive approach that includes public policy, research funding, patient services, and public awareness and education related to developing effective treatments and a cure for pancreatic cancer. Whereas the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network and its affiliates in Fayette County support those patients currently battling pancreatic cancer, as well as to those who have lost their lives to the disease and are committed to nothing less than a cure. Whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of Fayette County are enhanced as a direct result of increasing awareness about pancreatic cancer and research into early detection causes and effective treatments. Therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners designate the month of November 2013 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month in Fayette County. Okay.
Is that the only one you have?
That's it.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution just presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We go now to item 4, the Fayette County Redevelopment Authority. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Andrew.
We have one item for your consideration that the action requested by the Commissioners is the adoption of the attached resolution, which designates a representative from the county to participate in the development of a tax increment financing, or TIF, plan for the Fayette Crossing Development Project at the Fayette County Business Park in South Union Township. I did provide each of you a copy of the resolution. Just in terms of a little bit of a background, this particular initiative that we're pursuing relates to our development at the Fayette County Business Park in South Union Township. As each of you are aware, it was 2000-2001 the county conveyed 277 acres to the Redevelopment Authority to develop the business park. It's obviously been pretty successful in our initiative. It's about 2/3 developed. And obviously one of the cornerstone pieces of that development has been the Fayette Crossing development, which represents the Super Walmart complex that they've developed, containing over 250,000 square feet of retail, commercial, and restaurant space at the business park. Over the past year, we've been working with Fayette Crossing and Cedarwood Development on the next phase of development of that portion of the park. We began discussions talking about using possible tax increment finance initiative to support the development of the next phase of the park. This is not a TIF, just to give you a little bit of a background, the TIF Act was actually approved by the Commonwealth in the early 1990s. It's been used throughout the Commonwealth as well as in other parts of the country as an innovative financing tool for development purposes. It's not a tax forgiveness program. Rather, what it proposes is to use some of the increased tax revenue, property tax revenue, that would be generated by a proposed development to help pay the debt service that would be incurred to install the infrastructure to facilitate that development. The business park to date, overall, from our beginning in 2000-2001, today it generates about $1 million in property taxes for the county, the township, and the school district each year. And so that's money that obviously prior to the development of the business park, it generated zero because it was owned by the county and then subsequently owned by the Redevelopment Authority. But with the development that has occurred on that 277 acres, it generates over $1 million in property taxes. So this is not to approve the TIF because this is initially the first step in this initiative, simply to talk about the creation of a TIF plan. So the resolution requests that the county agree to cooperate with the Redevelopment Authority as well as the other taxing bodies, South Union Township and the Laurel Island School Board, to put together a committee to create the TIF plan. We also ask that the county appoint a representative to serve on that committee. And then once that TIF plan would be developed, it would have to come back to each of the taxing bodies for their approval, for their consideration and approval if they so wish. We have in the audience today representatives from Cedarwood Development and their legal counsel, Reed Smith. So if the commissioners would want I could have them give their presentation, give a little bit more specifics about what their development proposes, as well as talking about the particulars of a TIF plan.
That would be fine.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Randy Hake, who's with Fayette Crossing, Cedarwood Development, and Jeff Mills, who's with Reed Smith, who's their legal counsel.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning. Thank you for entertaining us today with respect to a proposed motion to establish a TIF committee. My name is Randy Hake. I'm Vice President of Commercial Development for Cedarwood Development of Akron, Ohio. We develop real estate in all parts of the country, but we're pretty proud of the relationship that we've developed here in Fayette County to bring the Super Walmart into your community in 2007. As Andrew stated, Cedarwood Development purchased about 55 acres of the 277 acres in the business park from Redevelopment Authority in about 2007. Walmart opened in 2008, followed by Applebee's, Sonic, IHOP, the small shop building out adjacent to the Walmart Supercenter, and in conjunction with that, facilitated the Matthews Drive expansion around our facility. We did not perform that work, but worked in concert with all of the governmental agencies and the Turnpike Commission. So what we have today is a partially developed. I was trying to make so everyone just. Can I stand over there? I don't need my cup up here. Okay. Thank you. Stand over here so everyone could see, I hope. This illustration is what is there now from our Google Earth view, which is the Super Walmart and the small shop building and the ancillary restaurants. And you can see the patch of ground is about 14 acres of undeveloped property. The bottom picture illustrates what our vision is for the balance of the project. The balance of the project could consist of about 130,000 feet of new retail, including a national home goods store, a sporting goods store, women's apparel, and pet supplies, and a shoe store, and possibly a small restaurant on an end cap here. And the creation of a pad for an additional lodging facility in your community. What our struggle is since the downturn in 2008, the retail sector has started to come back, and we've been able to attract some of these national retailers, and we have proposals back and forth with them to secure leases. They're pretty aggressive on their lease rates. We have some challenges with respect to the site development because we have to grout the Pittsburgh seam runs under this project. We have to grout the mines. It's a pretty extensive cost, and we having trouble with the hurdling of this project with respect to our pro forma cost. We've put the rest of the infrastructure in place, and the Walmart and the small shops are fully taxed, as Andrew said, and we came up with that delta. We have a delta. We have a gap in our financing package. That the TIF is a tool that we could use together to complete this project and be even more successful than it is today. So this is what the overview looks like. This is a larger overview. But this rendered up elevation would show on the end detached would be the end elevation of a new lodging facility, our home goods store, our sporting goods store, our fashion store, and the balance of the shopping center. And we're just getting started with this TIF process today. As Andrew said, we're not requesting any type of approval. We are requesting that you join in and help us march down the road to try and come up with a plan to bring back to all the taxing bodies for a subsequent approval. This is again a little larger site plan. I have Jeff Mills of Reed Smith as part of our team to brief you a little more on the TIF component.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. Jeff Mills of Reed Smith. I'm counsel to Fayette Crossings, but I've been involved in TIF projects all around the state. And I just want to give you, TIF is a new word to Fayette County, but it's an incentive tool that's been used all around the state, all around the country. But just give an example of some successful projects in Western PA. In East Liberty, a revitalization going on there in the city of Pittsburgh. There's a new Target there, as well as a Bakery Square development that both used TIF as a method to help spread the gap. Up in Mercer County, just last year, new to Mercer County was TIF as well, and they just did a development for a Kohl's-anchored development, which is actually a smaller development here. Many of you are probably familiar with Station Square in the city of Pittsburgh. That is a TIF project as well. The mall at Robinson in Robinson Township, Pennsylvania, is a TIF as well. And many people have gone down to the Tanger Outlets in Washington County. That project could not have been done with a TIF as well. So those are just some examples of TIF used in other parts of just Western Pennsylvania. One of the things that I think is critical to mention here is jobs. The Reverend talked about jobs and the need for jobs for this county. This project alone, construction-wise, we're looking at approximately 233 new jobs for the construction phase of this. Going forward, we're looking at over 600 new jobs on a full-time basis coming to the county. So I think those are important aspects. Another important aspect of TIF is you're really not, we're not requesting that this taxing body or any of the other three taxing bodies give up any taxes they're currently getting. This is the increment or the delta that's currently being, that will be created as a result of this taxes, the real property taxes generated. Currently, the county is only receiving $3,000 on that in real property taxes. Through the TIF and through our proposal, in addition to all the jobs being created, the county would still gain an additional $13,000 plus have the jobs and the creation. So we view this for development purposes and for job creation as a win-win, not just for the purposes of the developer helping this project be accomplished, but also for purposes of taxing bodies by gaining the additional increment and additional revenues by the taxes. We'll get into this further, but for purposes of today's meeting, we're requesting, and the authority already took action last 2 weeks ago, in which they agreed to act as the conduit for this TIF process. The county is the first taxing body that we are approached to appoint one commissioner to act as a representative for the TIF plan. In December, we'll go in front of South Union Township and then in front of the Laurel Highlands School District to simply ask for a representative from each of the respective taxing bodies to work with the authority and the developer to come up with a TIF plan for this project to work. So today we have in front of you a resolution where the commissioners designate a representative to participate in the development of a TIF plan. So once that plan is developed, they will come back to ask the county to participate in the TIF. So simply today is simply a process of just designating a representative.
Any other comments?
A question. I'm still not clear of what a TIF is.
The TIF is what's called tax increment financing. It's a method to use the incremental gain from the $3,000 level that the county's getting to the future taxes that will be generated after the development's created.
That doesn't really explain it to me. What I want to know, I guess specifically, is how much in the way of taxes will it cost the county to do this? I know we're going to get, what, 10,000 or 13,000 or whatever you said, but how much is the county losing on the other end by doing this?
Well, ma'am, they're really not losing anything because they're not going to gain it unless they participate. So, in a sense, the increment would not be created without the participation of taxing bodies.
It's not very clear to me. I guess I'm not a financial wizard.
Well, there'll be additional information coming, and this is not asking the county to participate. This is just asking them to help be part of a process.
It's the first step in asking them to do it.
If I may, Mr. Mills, currently you said that the county is, we'll just use the county, we'll exclude the municipality and the school district. The county is receiving how much?
$3,000 in real property tax.
At the completion of the project, the building, the development will be assessed at X amount of dollars, correct?
That's correct.
And then obviously that would increase, but by virtue of participating in this TIF, there will be, this committee will address some percentage that new amount will be reduced by to absorb the debt service of the development for the infrastructure.
That's correct.
And that in itself is the revenue that will be used.
Correct. That increment's going to be used. That's correct. And I think the specifics of that will come as a result of the TIF plan and the TIF committee meeting to come up with that increment being developed.
Attorney Mills, you, just to follow up, you said the specifics of those amounts. I'm looking at this that
Sure.
put here. You prepared this.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so if you go on where it says tax revenue increase, I don't know how many pages.
Yep.
The one with the blue line?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you derive from those figures?
Those figures are derived, and this is all part of the TIF committee meeting, but initially the developers delta is based off of an 80-20 split. So the increment that will be developed is 20% of that additional increment will go to the county. Post-development tax will be the $15,887. The remaining 80% will go to pay the debt service on the TIF note.
Okay, so in other words,
excuse me, could I ask the audience to keep the chatter down, please?
Go ahead, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
okay, so I'm trying to understand your printout here. Okay. So in other words, for the purposes of today's meeting, it is to adopt a resolution which would designate an individual from the county, to let's see what it says here, to participate in developing the plan.
Correct.
Okay. Then you would also go to the Laurel Highlands School District
as well as the
and
township.
ask them, and then there would also be someone from the township. So you
Correct.
would have an individual from each of those taxing bodies representing, that would then sit down with Andrew French, who was your, what do you call it?
They're acting as
the administrator of this?
Yeah, the
Okay.
conduit of it.
Okay, to come up with the TIF plan.
Correct.
Okay, which is the tax incentive financing.
Correct.
Okay, so once we do this today, okay, first off, it's not going to go with the other two taxing bodies. Do not also nominate a person.
Correct.
And agree to at least take this step.
Yes.
Okay. So let's assume that South Union Township will and Laurel Highlands School District will. Then the next step would be for all of the parties to get together and work on the plan and then use these numbers. Basically what this is then is, Mr. Pate, right? Pate? Okay. Said that this was a tool to help develop the property, so that it's a financing tool. So in other words, what the three taxing bodies would be giving up would be any, at this point, any increase in revenue, but as you, for taxes, but as you're saying, you're not getting any increase.
Correct.
Because it's
you
not.
keep your existing base.
Right.
That's not on the table.
Okay.
It's the future.
Okay. So in order to make this development a go, the three taxing bodies would give up, once the development is done and it's open and ready for business, instead of the county having $3,000 a year in taxes, you are anticipating, and this is, I know, just first numbers, that the county's tax bill, your tax bill would be $15,887.
Under that scenario.
Under this scenario.
It's an 80-20.
Right. Okay. So the numbers that I am saying is based on your breakout, but it's not written in stone.
That's
I understand.
That's correct.
But it gives us an idea of what's going on here.
Yes,
okay,
that's
so
the whole point of it.
Right. So right now the county is receiving about $3,000. You said, right?
Yep. If we go with this scenario,
and
you'll
if
get
that
15.
scenario, we would get 15. So what the county would be not receiving would be around $12,000 in that increase in taxes for how many years?
20.
20 years.
That's the TIF statute.
Okay. And then but also it would be, would it just be the base tax of, let's say?
You always get the base plus the incremental
Plus whatever
difference. It's not pledged towards the TIF note.
Okay, okay. Then with the South Union Township, their base year is, or their under this scenario is like $400.
Yeah, their property taxes are a lot less in proportion.
Right. And they would then be receiving, under this scenario, $2,000, so they would be giving up $1,700.
Correct.
The bigger player in this would be Laurel Highlands School District, because right now, under this scenario,
they get $10,000.
They get $10,000, but
they'll be gaining an additional
$43,000.
43, correct.
And that's what they would be giving up for at least those 20 years. Plus
Well, they'll be gaining that. They're giving up the additional increment.
Over top of that.
Yeah,
that's the 20%
right.
that they'd be getting.
Right. One of the big things on there, Commissioner, is unlike the county doesn't necessarily benefit from this as much, but both the township and the school district both benefit from a mercantile tax, which is rather significant compared to their property tax they'll be gaining, as well as an occupational privilege tax that is set forth here later on. So based on the jobs and the creation and net sales, the township and the school will actually benefit from additional taxes other than simply real property taxes.
But you have to have all three taxing bodies agree to this
Yes.
before it can be a financial.
Well, technically, for purposes of our development, yes. But in other TIF plans, we've had different taxing bodies participate. You don't necessarily have to have legally all three, but for methods of financing this, we need all three.
Well,
you understand what I mean by that, as far as that increment's concerned?
Oh, okay.
So we need that.
As far as the increments concerned,
yes,
I understand that. But in order to begin this process of the TIF plan, all three taxing bodies.
We need a representative to be designated to join in this TIF plan to come up with the TIF plan.
And then once the TIF plan is developed,
we'll come back to the county.
To all three taxing
exactly.
bodies.
We'll come back to all three and we'll say, county, will you participate? Township, will you participate? School district, will you participate?
Okay. Okay. So this. Okay. Got it.
This is the first step.
Understand.
First of all, it's a wonderful opportunity to enhance the development of the business park. And today's climate, incentives are not, they're a necessity. If you don't do it, somebody else will, and that's where the project will be. I think we've learned that over the years, at least I hope we have. Without this TIF, I mean, be candid, would this project be going in place?
No, we can't go forward.
So the bottom line is this is necessary in order to advance the development of the business park, which I hope we all support, and but it won't magically happen.
So
I'm sorry.
This is the first time that TIF would ever be used in Fayette County.
That's what I understand.
Although you had mentioned other
Yes.
counties or other municipalities that entered it. This would be the first thing. This is basically helping you to develop. You can't.
It's helping,
You can't.
it's helping each other to bring 500 or 600 jobs to your community.
Well, that's one way of saying it, but basically, it's, I mean, because there's no guarantee, and seriously, I don't want to get into whether or not how many jobs were created, retained, because quite honestly, nobody, it's not accurate.
Well,
but I'm not going to go there. What more importantly is you as Cedar Creek and Fayette Crossings want to develop, and you don't have. Bottom line is you don't have enough money to do it out of your own pockets.
We don't have enough money in the budget to do it.
There you go, right. So what you need is financing tools. And one of the financing tools is this new thing to Fayette County, although it's not new to Pennsylvania, is the TIF plan,
yes.
Which would be that the taxing bodies would agree to not take any increased value for up to 20 years so that you can develop. And
what we're proposing is an 80-20 split on that.
Okay.
So there would be, as just calculation on the 80-20 split, you talked about what those deltas are.
But this is going for infrastructure costs, correct?
Correct. Yes, it's only used for infrastructure.
It's not going to carpet the new sporting goods store. It's not going to
paint the walls.
Yeah, it's going for infrastructure, which will only enhance the business park. Not based on just that development, but possibility of future development.
Well, it's
being involved in TIFs too a lot. Being involved in TIFs a lot is one of the things.
If I may, wait. The question is do we support development, or do we want to let the property remain barren? I mean, that's the reality of it.
Or the other option. Whether or not it's not an either or either.
No, the question, Commissioner Zabatowski, is it's not a matter of supporting it. It's a matter of does the county and the other two taxing bodies want to assist in helping to finance it?
That's correct.
Okay. It's if someone says no, that doesn't mean you don't want economic development. It only means that you don't want to use any increase in taxes towards that and to go through that plan. It doesn't mean that if there's any member of the public who would disagree with it, or anyone else sitting up at this table, it doesn't mean that you don't want development. Mm-hmm. It only means that we don't want to use any potential increase in taxes.
Sure. But my point is you wouldn't see an increase in taxes unless the property is developed.
Right.
So there would not be that increase.
Understood.
Without the development. Thus you would be receiving the $3,000 regardless. You would not see any increase.
Now this actually would be a TIF bond, right? Because
it would be a similar bond, but there would be the only pledge of that bond or note. Okay. Because it's going to be like a very small note, you know. It's not going to be a $30 million. It's going to be probably a $2 to $3 million note, okay? But that is not pledging the taxing power. It's pledging the future increment.
I understand, okay. And Mr. Haight, right now the property that's in question, because it's just vacant land. Is there any infrastructure, sewage, things of that nature there?
There is a sanitary sewer to the property. We need water, telephone, electric, gas.
Okay, so in other words, one of these pages here that says what the TIF can be used for would be water, storm sewer, sanitary sewer. So that's what those monies would be used for that type of infrastructure.
Also the stabilization of the mines as well. It's a big cost.
And currently the county is only utilized, as far as tax incentives, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've only utilized thus far the LRTA or the KAZ. So there's been no other incentive outside of those two. Correct, Andrew? Do you know? Right. So this would be a new approach. Obviously, as Commissioner Zimmerman and you had said, we've been utilized in other areas, but first time in Ferry County. Okay.
Question.
If you could, Mr. Bills, if you could answer this question, just going back to the TIF process itself. Sure. Is that a state legislated plan?
It is governed by the Pennsylvania TIF Act, the Tax Increment Financing Act. All action we're taking today is governed by that act. The action taken initially by the redevelopment authority is governed by that act. So it's a process that this is essentially the first taxing body action that's required. Once a TIF plan is created, like we said again, the next action by this taxing body would say, okay, we will agree to participate. Now we're not asking for to participate, just for a point out.
Andrew, if I could ask you a question. Typically, when the county started to develop this business park, let me ask this question. Where did at that time when we first initially built the business park, where did the money come from for the infrastructure, roads, sewage, drainage, all this?
There was, when the property was conveyed to us in 2000, 2001, the county at that time had issued a bond to fund a number of different projects throughout the county. And the commissioners agreed to provide us with $2 million out of that bond issuance to fund the initial infrastructure work at the business park. To date, we've been able to use that $2 million. We did get a little bit from South Union Township and their Community Development Block Grant program, but a lot of the money has come through different grants that we've obtained through the state. So to date, we've invested about $17 million in public funds into development of the business park. $7.5 million of that was invested through PennDOT and the Turnpike Commission on the road that runs through the business park. And that's been used to leverage, obviously, the tremendous amount of private investment for development at the park, which we're estimating is well over $75 million just for other infrastructure and building construction that's taking place at the business park.
Okay, so all that's been public money to one degree or another, either through grants or through the bond issue which the county pays back.
Yes, that 17 million was right.
Okay, and that's and as we developed that park, you know, a lot of that was upfront money. We invested that money to attract businesses and jobs to the area. Now, this is similar but different in that we're guaranteed to get growth. In other words, this isn't upfront money. This is after the fact money. You guys come in, the developers come in and build the business, and then we help pay for some of these infrastructure afterwards. So we get the jobs, and we get the growth, we get the contracting jobs, construction jobs up front. Is that
correct? I think the benefit that we have here, as you indicated, a lot of the initial investment in the business park was speculative, in that we were putting in the infrastructure, and then obviously the businesses came in afterwards. I think what's good about this relationship is we do have this partnership with Cedarwood and Fayette Crossing, that they're already in our court in terms of if we make this investment, they're there ready to develop the property and make it happen.
But the assistance in paying for the infrastructure takes place over 20 years. We don't have to give them anybody a lump sum up front.
Correct. Yeah, once the development occurs, that's the money. Yeah, that's correct.
Commissioner, so it seems like a very reasonable way to invest in this county in terms of infrastructure, creating jobs, and bringing some additional prosperity to this county.
Commissioner, as a follow-up, and I always think it's important in these processes to look at the strength of the developer you're working with. Cedarwood, based on just their development they already created to date, is the 5th highest assessed property in Fayette County. With the additional development, they'll be probably the 2nd highest next to Nemacolin as far as the total assessed value in the county. With the Fayette Crossing building park as a whole, it's by far the largest assessed property in the county.
It's assessed at about $43 million, all the development that we've done at the Fayette County Business.
So I think what I'm trying to say is you have a strong developer here that if they say they're going to get it done, it seems very likely they will.
Thank you. Can Fayette County afford it with all the other money you're spending?
Well, we wouldn't see that if the development isn't done, we won't receive the increase. I mean,
if this development isn't done, does not preclude that some other development down the road could not be done. Right. This is one set of circumstances. They've come and said, okay, you pony up the money and we will build this. And you can pay for the basic part of it, the structural, over the next 20 years. Well, maybe there is another developer out there that would have, and the range of stores I'm not impressed with. I'm really not, because we have them.
That's subjective.
It wouldn't be able to do it on this property because this property is owned by Fayette
If I
Crossing.
could answer your question, none of the retail stores that are in this lineup, what we call our lineup, are in their community today. These are all new jobs.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Excuse me?
They'll be laid off because nobody's going to go. We'll be at the pet store. We'll be at the home store. Look at Nemacolin, they're laying off. What's the point?
Who did the development? What company did the development?
Which
development?
It was a general
Where are they from?
Oh, the land work was done by that coal company, Stash or something like that.
Well, that's what I wanted to know. It was a local company?
Yeah, that was. And that was the problem because they didn't take the coal. Is that the whole property there? Right. Is that
Where are we at now?
No, that's across.
Okay, it's across from there.
So, Mr. Hay, you're the developer, Cedarwood Development. Cedarwood Development.
And we were the original developer. On the
And you own the land?
We own it.
You own the land.
We've
This
been
is
paying-
not county land?
No, no,
it's-
no.
Right.
We've been paying taxes on the land.
Right, okay, so you, Cedarwood Development are the owners of this land?
Correct.
And you want, and no one else can develop it because you own it?
Correct.
Okay, unless you sell it to another developer.
Right.
And basically what you're saying is, look, you've already developed this area of the business park.
Yes.
You own this area, you want to develop it, but you can't do it on your own because you don't have enough money.
Correct.
Basically.
In the budget.
Okay,
Correct.
in your budget. So basically, this TIF is a tool, and we talked about that. Now,
To get over.
to give her over, right. Because surely, it's, I think, Mr. Mills, you said like $2 or $3 million is like the total?
Yes.
With the 3 taxing bodies?
Correct.
Well, surely $2 to $3 million is not the cost of this project.
It's in excess of $22 million.
22 million. So this is a small part, 2 to 3. Okay. I think one of the questions here, if I can anticipate, do you use local developers, local contractors?
Yes.
You have?
Yes. Yes, we have.
For building the, you don't bring anyone in from, when I say local, I'm talking Fayette County, not like Southwest region.
We have a sister construction company, Tri-C Construction, built the Walmart, built the small shops, didn't build the Applebee's building, did all the groundwork out there. We used, at the time it was Penn Development, your local company, Penn Development at the time, to do all the groundwork out there, as well as, I can't name all the subcontractors, but the majority of the subcontractors were from this area. Because, I didn't finish my thought, Tri-C Construction acts as our construction manager. They are the manager of the project, and they hire individual subcontractors to perform the work, the different tasks.
What's the scope of the contracts for the subcontractors? Like, what do you require of subcontractors? Do you have, can anybody bid, or is it strictly local, or do you have preferred subcontractors?
We have, in each geography that we build, we're up in Butler with another project, we're in Hermitage with another project. That's just in Western Pennsylvania. I'm answering. Each area has a list of selected contractors that we establish. We're building the Comfort Inn right now.
And how does one get on that list?
They call me up and get me a business card, and I'll get you in touch with the right people.
And they can bid on bids, they can bid on open contracts?
What trade are you talking about?
Any trade?
Sure. If they're a substantial company, they're qualified.
What I'm hearing is that you're asking us to develop outlets for Chinese goods, and you're going to further enslave my community to minimum wage part-time jobs. I'm not hearing anything at all beneficial to this county through this project. Not one thing.
Mr. Hague, if I could ask a question. I want to make sure I understand, in the TIF, the TIF is statewide. This process is available statewide, and you've already demonstrated there's a number of other companies in other counties that have employed this process. So it's not that your pockets aren't deep enough. It's that you're in competition, as is Fayette County, with every other developer across the state. And this is just a tool to level the playing field.
Yes, but specific to this project. This request is specific to this project. We just don't go nothing. The other $18 million we spent on site work to level the land, to see the land wasn't always level. We took 80 feet off that land to balance the cut fill 6 or 7 years ago. We've invested in that property. We've got a lot of sunk cost in that property that now we are attempting to final out the project and make it pro forma work. The banks request more equity these days. You know how it is. Anybody that's a homeowner, they're faced with it. It used to be, 5% down, and now it's 30%. So the equity piece, the financing components, the increased construction costs, and then on the downside, what the tenants are willing to pay in the economy for us to get our performer to hurdle, that delta is what Jeff recited earlier.
Well, but two things just to follow up. It is that Cedarwood development's pockets aren't deep enough. I mean, you don't have you just said this time and time again in the last half hour. This is to help you put you over. It's a financing tool.
Yes.
To help. It's one of the many pieces.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So understood. Okay. The other thing, and I understand that. I mean, it's a $22 million project. I mean, it's tough out there. Okay? You need financing.
Exactly.
You can only get it so many places.
Exactly.
The other thing, though, too, is to just understand that just because this is statewide, and of course, Mr. Attorney Mills, you're going to bring to us like all of the projects that were favorable, but you're not going to put any in here that fell through the cracks and didn't develop. But just so for the purposes of the public and for our purposes, not every TIF plan that has been initiated, that development has gone through. There's been some.
I think that's a really good point you're raising, and that's one of the points I reiterated the fact about the strength of the partner.
Absolutely.
And the developer.
Right.
They've already proven it. So I think that's very important.
But right, because there have been there was one in, I think, Montgomery County. I did some, looking at it in Cupto and Allegheny, where they started to have a retail, a developer came in and started to do that, and it just fell through. So, not every TIF plan and every development is going to, just because you get the TIF plan, you're going to develop. There's other issues. So I just wanted to point out that, there's positives and negatives, but for the purposes of today, okay, what you're asking us to do is to designate an individual just to sit on this committee, if you will, one of the three with taxing bodies, to start to make these discussions and look at the bigger picture. What specifically will it cost the county, as in cost or giving up the cost, okay, the increase in revenues, rather than this 80-20 and these numbers that aren't concrete, as well as the Laurel Highlands and the township. And then once that plan has been developed, the TIF plan, then do you have to have public meetings? You do, correct?
Yeah, we're going to come back. The TIF committee will meet and have to come up with the plan. Once the plan is created, it will come back to the taxing bodies. The taxing bodies will make a decision whether they're in or out.
Okay,
if they're out, then it's
right, and you would need all three.
Correct.
Okay, so and when you say public meetings, because when Andrew, in reading this, I wasn't quite sure when your narrative had said public meetings. That doesn't mean just an evening public meeting. No, you're talking about public meeting coming back to the commissioners at their regular meeting, to the school board, as well as that.
Absolutely.
So if any member of the public, if they live in South Union, if they're a taxpayer, or if they're Laurel Highlands, they will need to pay attention and attend those meetings as well to see what their taxing body and what could be given up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, understood.
So you have too much land, so now you want the county to help over purchase. Why don't we just put the new jail there? You can road his way.
There you go.
Put the new jail up there.
As far as success or failure, I would hope, trust that there are stipulations in the agreement that would allow for the 20-year program to be contingent on the development succeeding. I'm assuming there's stipulations in that agreement. I mean,
well, there's none in the agreement now because they don't have it.
well, I'm just
that's part of the plan. That's part of the plan.
That's part of the plan.
Right. So because until there's success, there's not going to be an increase in the assessment value. So
Exactly, unless they build it.
again, yeah, if you have, whether we approve this or not, you're not going to see an agreement and assessed value until the project is complete and an assessment is done, thus increasing the taxing revenue from the $3,000 currently to X amount that is subsequently reached at the conclusion of the development.
Correct.
So again, it goes back to my previous statement, is if we don't do something there, and you own the property, so it's your property, it remains barren at $3,000 a year.
Correct.
With no jobs, no investment in the county whatsoever. Whether they're retail jobs or not, they're, you know, again, retail workers do perform a task that is necessary, and and I thank them. We need retail workers, we need hotel workers, we need restaurant workers. I mean, these are still jobs that provide for a household income. And obviously the construction jobs are I think, essential. But again, without a conclusion being favorable, there's no TIF.
Correct.
Well said.
One last warning. We are overbuilding. Our population is going down and our developments are going up. Who is going to shop at all these places?
If I may I trust that as a developer, you do extensive research, and I trust that the prospective retail establishments that you are, obviously just can't mention by name at this point, but I'm trusting that you do have an idea who they are. Sure. Do extensive research on the demographics of an area to determine whether or not there is success or failure. They don't.
Each tenant does their own research. We provide them with our base data because they may be from Chicago or St. Louis. We send them our base data, and we give to their people that come in and verify everything. They know what the sales projections are, their pastoral pencil, and they move forward.
And those are positive indicators. Would you not consider that the prospective retail, hotel folks that have made contact with you regarding this development in determining that it would be viable within the county of Fayette, those are positive indicators as to where we're going.
Yes.
I mean, we need to look at the glass being somewhat half full every once in a while. I mean, I realize there's, if I may, please, Commissioner, one more second. I mean, these are good indicators, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Commissioner. The pendulum in the economy is swinging back, not just for Fayette County, but for the entire country.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to designate a representative from the county to participate in the development of tax increment financing plan for the Fayette County Crossing Development Project at the Fayette County Business Park in South Union Township?
I'll make a motion to nominate Chairman Al Ambrosini.
I don't think we should nominate a commissioner. It's not required that a commissioner is.
We like to, typically we always see a member of the prospective taxing bodies, either be a commissioner, either be a school board member, or a township supervisor.
No, it says here the board with the resolution.
Well, it's up to the commissioners.
Right, I understand. It says
I
the
say
board.
Typical.
It says
There's
the
a
board.
motion on the floor. I mean,
It says the board hereby designates or a person or his or her designee as the county's representative to work with the developer and the authority in preparing the TIF plan. I think who we should nominate would be someone from our tax assessment office, which would be our Director Bill Lukács, because he would be familiar with that. I'll tell you right now, I mean, I will support a motion to move this step. Okay, but my hesitation, and quite frankly, is to nominate one of us three, because I'm not going to find out. It's going to be like pulling teeth to find out what's going on. Okay, I mean, it's been like that for the last couple of issues.
There is a motion on the floor.
Well, no, it hasn't been seconded yet.
I second it.
Well, okay.
All those in
That's
favor?
a way to shut me up.
If I may,
But I would prefer not to have, Commissioner Zabatowski, I'm asking you to amend your motion and name another individual so that it would be ethical.
If I may, Commissioner, the reason why I nominated one of a commissioner and the chairman is clearly, I think it needs the eyes and ears and the participation of a decision maker, and I would hope that in that Commissioner Ambrosini and the other representatives will, and then the public will be aware of the TIF committee. May I ask, are these committee meetings open to the public?
No.
Traditionally, were they?
Traditionally, no. The first steps of them, but often the committee, commissioner or prospective school board member will go back and discuss them with prospective members.
Which
in a public
isn't going to happen.
Well, I would like to think it will happen, and I think the one of us should participate. As you had stated, and you are recommending that as well?
Yeah, I think, Commissioner, you hit it perfectly. That the commissioners are going to make the decision whether you participate or not. So typically, that's why most taxing bodies always put on one of the representatives from tax.
Well, I think it's important.
Of course, it's going to come back to us, but it's the parties that are sitting at the table with the redevelopment authority and helping to develop the plan. I want to be in the know on this, basically, okay? And seriously, there's no guarantee that I'm going to be in the know. This is going to get passed. I'm going to vote for this with hesitating because I don't want to have Commissioner Ambrosini be the designated representative. But I will tell you that I will be asking for updates from Commissioner Ambrosini, written updates, as well as from you, okay? And I would hope that, Andrew, that whenever I do ask for those updates, that we meet and it's forthcoming. Okay. I
would also like to ask and suggest that since the redevelopment authority is going to act as the conduit, that Andrew, if you will, provide, I don't know if these meetings are going to be monthly, bi-weekly, whatever the case would be, but I'd like to, if you could, provide a detailed report to the actions of the TIF committee, not only to the commissioners, but to the local media, so if they would like to run a story on that, so that it can be, that information can be shared, not only with us, but the residents of the county. And I would suggest that. I hope that you would at least take into consideration that suggestion.
Absolutely.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
good luck.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. The next item is the Adult Probation Office.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Morning.
It still is morning.
James Kovacs here, Assistant Chief on behalf of the Adult Probation Office. And we would just ask that you unanimously ratify the signature of the Microsoft licensing agreement for the Unified Case Management System software between the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania and Fayette County.
I'll move to ratify.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Item 6, the Assessment Office. Consider approval of the following for a real estate tax exemption as they have been deemed a 100% disabled veteran by the Veterans Administration of Pennsylvania effective for the 2014 tax year. Floyd A. Eichenberger of Point Marion,
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval to send 6 assessors to the Laurel Mountain chapter meeting in Somerset County on Friday, December 13th at no cost to the county.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider exonerating the 2013 tax bill for the Oak Grove Cemetery in South Union Township, parcel number 34-04-0017.
I'm sorry, did you?
Move. Yes, I'm
Second.
sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Under behavioral health, consider approval of agreements and modifications for the listed programs, include Healthy Choices Agreement of 2014.
I'll make a motion to accept the agreements and modifications as listed on the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval to advertise for bids for the lease of a 2014 Ford Explorer or equivalent model for Fayette County Behavioral Health Administration to replace a vehicle that is being retired.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item 8, Children and Youth Services. Consider ratifying a fiscal year 2012-13 purchase of service agreements between the County of Fayette, Fayette County Children and Youth Services, and Fayette County Juvenile Probation, and Alberley out of Peaceport for the rates as follows.
Make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of agency-managed foster home board rates along with monthly and emergency clothing allowances for fiscal year 2013-14 at rates as follows.
Make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of a 2013-14 purchase of service agreements between the County of Fayette through Fayette County Children and Youth Services and Banco International Incorporated out of Fairfax, Virginia. The cost for these services is $7,559 per quarter.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of a fiscal year 2013-14 purchase of service agreements between the County of Fayette through Fayette County Children and Youth Services and the Banco International for a business agreement for consulting and ad hoc IT services and support with the following rates as listed.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider accepting the resignation of the Fayette County Children and Youth Services Advisory Board member Cindy Ridley effective October 24th, 2013. The advisory committee voted unanimously to accept Cindy's resignation on October 28th at the regular meeting.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of the reappointment of Debbie Cooper to a 3-year term on the Fayette County Children and Youth Services Advisory Committee. Ms. Cooper's current term expires on December 31st, 2013. The new term will expire on December 31st, 2016. The advisory committee voted unanimously at the October monthly meeting to recommend her appointment to the commissioners at the November meeting.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval to publish a request for qualifications for architects, engineers to draft plans for the building addition at the current CYS location.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, the Controller's Financial Condition Report.
Commissioners, for your approval dated this 19th of November 2013, in our checking account at United Bank, our cash balance is $6,805,699.85. Funds that are owed to our general fund, which include temporary loans, ferry insurance policy, amount to $1,452,260. Our payments that are due are $234,171.17. Our central service payments are $78,686. The funds that the general fund owes are a tax anticipation note of $5 million. Our budget year 2013 net position is $3,570,817.02. Our total 2013 revenues are $26,156,078.02. Our total 2013 expenditures are $23,522,065.75. And the total 2012 expenditures that are being paid this fiscal year are $3,287,640.10. In our capital reserve fund balance, we have $61,334.12. In our bond fund balance, we have $209,058.77.
Thank you.
Thank you, Controller Lau.
You're welcome.
Item number 10, the courts consider entering into a lease with the City of Uniontown for 2 years at the former police station at 80 North Beeson Avenue in Uniontown, parcel number 38-04-0141, for the temporary central court location, with rent being $1,500 a month, effective the first Monday in January of 2014.
Is this, who's the parties to the lease agreement? The City of Uniontown is...
in the court administrator. Assuming the county.
It would be the county. It would be the county.
Where's the lease?
Has the lease been drafted at this time? I mean, we do have a proposal of $1,500.
Neither one of us have seen it.
May I ask Ms. Kuhn, you're the court administrator.
Yes.
I apologize for calling you on. Has there been a lease agreement prepared between the city and the courts, to your knowledge?
Not between the city and the courts. My understanding is that the lease agreement was going to be between the county and the city. That was my understanding.
Okay, well, that's what it should be. I didn't know if it was...
Well, right, that's the way it should be, and that's how all of them are, between the county and Fayette, and that's the lessor, and whoever the less, and the City of Uniontown in this instance would be the lessor, and the county of Fayette would be listed, just as we do for the magistrate's offices. Okay, now, the reason I said that is because the stated doesn't say, it just says consider entering into it, and it's under court. So for clarity purposes, that's why I made that statement. So we don't have a lease agreement, but we're being asked to enter into a lease. So
well, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I apologize.
I would make a motion to table this until the county receives a lease agreement and we have a review.
Before I second it, Ms. Revac, has there been any communication, let me ask again, between any party, between the City of Uniontown, the county, whether it be you or any member of the courts, or has there been any discussion? Does anybody, outside of this being an idea, have we done anything to advance the idea outside of the motion, or the language on the agenda?
Well, I can only speak for myself.
Well,
the motion came from the Tammy Lambie.
Okay.
I have not had discussions with the city.
So Ms. Lambie provided you with the text of this resolution, or this motion, but we have nothing else until we speak with Ms. Lambie. Ms. Kuhn is not aware, of course. We asked her, there is not. So I think we need to speak with Ms. Lambie to find out the particulars on this lease agreement.
Was there a motion?
No.
There was a motion, not a second.
Right.
So
well, if it worked for the first one, it ought to work for the second one.
I'm going to second the motion.
Yeah.
The motion was to table.
No, I didn't make the motion. The motion...
No, the motion was for this. There was no second. Commissioner Zimmerlin said she would like it tabled. But as it stands, there's a motion and not.
There you go. So did we not just go through this a couple minutes ago?
Okay.
Saying that there was a motion on the floor?
My motion is moot. I withdraw
So you're
based on the
withdrawing your
discussion.
motion.
Yeah, and I'm seconding the motion of Ms.
I didn't
Edelman.
make a motion to
Oh,
table yet.
you did not? I'm sorry.
Okay, so again, that's why, the chair read this into the record and the motion was made. Okay, and I'm then asking the questions. We can't obviously pass and adopt the lease if we haven't even discussed or seen.
You can if you're George's
Well,
township.
you can't. Well, you can if you're even the county. I'm saying that this here should not occur. The other thing, I mean, where did the $1,500 come from? The only discussions, as far as I understand it, is the letter that the court's president judge sent to the 3 commissioners in the middle of October, and he is suggesting that he said that the courts had conversations with the city of Uniontown to lease the Uniontown jail. That's the particular parcel, and that it was for $1,500 a month, and that the city would pay for the renovations, which would be up to $10,000. Okay, that's the only thing that has been presented to the 3 commissioners, as far as I am concerned. So what we need to do is I don't want to just table this. I will make a motion to table it, but we also have to look at this, because one of the statements that the courts are making is that by entering into this lease for only a 2-year period at $15,000 a month, which would be $18,000 a year, that it would reduce the transportation cost of the inmates to preliminary hearings. Well, we don't have any facts and figures on that. What before we move to have discussions with the city of Uniontown, we need to actually have a cost analysis discussion with the courts and with you're the court administrator, Karen Cohn. What office provides the transportation of inmates to preliminary hearings? It's not the sheriff's. The police departments do. Okay. Do any of the constables?
No. Only in private criminal matters.
Private criminal. Okay. So the statement that was made that this would decrease the transportation cost. When the police transport, they don't bill the county then?
No, they do not.
Okay, so that is why I'm tabling this. It's not because we just don't have a lease agreement. It's because the statement that the letter that we received said that the Court of Common Pleas wants to establish a central court for a 2-year period, and that apparently, it says in discussions with the city of Uniontown, the county has been provided the opportunity to lease the old police station for a period of 2 years, and that the city would pay to renovate it. And it says this building is ideally located and will save significant transportation cost of inmates to their preliminary hearings. So the basis of entering into a lease agreement and having a central court, the basis as per Judge Wagner's letter is to save significant transportation cost of the inmates. But the county doesn't pay them anyway. That's what you just said, the police do.
That is correct.
Okay, so the ends may not justify the means, because that would be $18,000. We have to discuss the cost of utilities as well. You're going to need, I would imagine that you would need, the central court, you would have to have an individual there 9 to 5?
The staff, it would be staffed by current staffing that we have.
Mm-hmm.
The rent for the facility, under my understanding, would be from the savings of us closing the 8th Magisterial District Court. The furniture and utilities and all of that would be carried over to the central court.
Okay, but that's incorrect though. Okay, you said that that's from your understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, according to the letter that Judge Wagner sent to the three commissioners, it specifically says that the money for the cost of the lease would be and it says the significant savings of transportation, and that is what's offsetting it. The merger of the magisterial districts, that cost savings is for, would be used to hire an additional APO officer in the day reporting center, as well as for the treatment courts.
We gave the option, the court gave the option to choosing what the savings would be used for.
Right, and that's why this needs to, it's not just let's table it and let's have a lease agreement. We actually need to have budgetary discussions so we know where this money would come from and whether or not it would be a viable use, because you're talking $18,000 a year for a 2-year period. Well, let's look at what those cost savings may or may not be. Okay. Okay. So I'll make a motion to table. We can place this on the table for, I'll make the motion to table.
Oh, since you walked in, great timing.
Yeah.
Question for you. Has there been a lease prepared between the county and the city of Uniontown for the central court?
The county chief clerk, she usually prepares we have a standard lease that the county uses, and the city is in agreement with the 2-year lease with a certain amount, stated. It's just a matter of as soon as the lease is prepared, they would sign off on it.
But who did the negotiations?
Well, I spoke with them for as far as because they're going to contribute so much money to have the renovations done and everything like that. So I spoke with them and came up with an agreement with them in the event that you guys would agree to the lease.
Which would be what, $1,500 a month?
$1,500 a month for 2 years.
Huh? I'm sorry, okay, utilities?
Utilities are extra, as they are in all of the offices.
Okay, and then we have to add in the cost of insurance for, as we do for the magistrates. The county does their liability and their contents.
Right.
And what about equipment to staff?
Equipment,
internet, things of that nature?
We're just switching it from, because we are closing an office, so everything from closing an office would be shifted to the central court. I'm switching staff and everything like that, so where no additional staff is needed. There would be a rotation schedule done for the judges. There is no, it's basically, in my opinion, a wash, because we're closing one office and we're opening a central court. So yeah, there's going to be some general fees as far as moving cabling and things like that. The state has to move their own and do their own work, but that's minimal compared to.
Okay, Ms. Manning, you're saying that it would be a wash, but on the second page of this letter, it specifically is saying that with the consolidation, that the monies that would be used with the savings with the consolidations of the 2 magisterial districts, those monies would be used to hire additional staff for the treatment court. Hire an additional probation officer to staff the special treatment court, and then also for a dedicated additional probation officer for the day reporting center. So it may not.
Well, I believe what you're quoting is a letter from the president judge, who gave you that option of either allowing us to go with the central court or using that money towards an adult probation officer.
And that's why.
That was
why before the chief clerk or anyone here could prepare the lease, we need to have a discussion.
Right, and that's why it was on the agenda for a discussion. So, because normally the lease isn't even prepared until it's been approved. That a lease was going to be done.
So this was language allowing us to enter into an agreement to prepare a lease.
The general lease is the same lease that we have with all of the landlords for all of the MDJ offices. That's what I was meaning as far as the general lease. It's a general standard lease that we abide by with all of the landlords that we have throughout the county for an MDJ office. That's the standard lease that we would have prepared if the commissioners would approve us going into negotiations with the city.
Was that standard lease used for the magistrate pursuing elects Sunday? Or did that impact the new order of the
It's standard.
Did he prepare it, or did we use the one that we used before?
We use the language from similar leases to prepare that lease with his, location and specification. It's standard language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to table.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item 11, Human Resources Department. Consider approving to hire, well, okay, I guess we have an addendum here somewhere. Consider approving to hire a Melanie Cave, caseworker 1 at $15.12 per hour effective November 25th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Under fact, consider approving to hire Robert Scott as a part-time bus driver at $11.40 per hour effective November 21st, 2013.
Ronald Hall, is it Hall?
I think it'd be a lot easier if we could go from the agenda. That's the ratifying the resignation. Is that the one you're?
Yeah, that's Ronald Hall.
Oh, okay.
Is that?
I move to ratify the resignation of part-time bus driver Ronald Hall effective November 4th, 2013.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approving to hire Robert Scott as a part-time bus driver at $11.40 per hour effective November 21st, 2013.
Second, I'll move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approving the promotion of County Caseworker 2, Kenneth A. Dillinger, to Mental Health Program Specialist 1 at $21.32 per hour, effective November 25th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
Okay, consider approving Highmark to perform finger stick blood screening, full lipid panel, cholesterol, glucose, etc. during the health fairs at a per test cost not to exceed $51 per screening.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider rescinding the October resolution approving the 240-hour volunteer internship of CalU Communications and Leadership student Bethany Frazee, effective January 6, 2014.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approving the volunteer internship of Penn State University Fayette Management and Marketing major Kaya Truly for a 300-hour volunteer internship effective January 13, 2014.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider rescinding the October resolution approving the hire of Matthew King as a part-time IT assistant at $9.50 per hour effective October 21st, 2013.
Move.
Second.
And the public defender. I'm sorry. What was that, Ken?
You didn't vote on that.
Oh. Okay. Was there a motion on that one?
Yeah.
A motion for which one?
The Matthew
King, it was already, yeah, there was a motion at the second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, under public defender.
And there's another one on the agenda.
There's no act. Which one?
consider approving to be determined, part-time IT assistant, but I don't have any information.
No action on it.
Oh, we have to take.
I make a motion that we table the IT, part-time IT assistant at $9.50 an hour.
Is that what he's asking for the table?
We don't have a name on it, Commissioner, so no
I assume
action.
he's asking to table, that's to nominate that paper.
Okay, this is the only thing that he sent to you?
Yes.
Second to table?
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider ratifying the resignation of an assistant public defender, Benjamin Goodwin, effective November 1st, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Consider approving the hire of Charity Krupa as an assistant public defender at non-union, non-supervisory pay grade step 9, pay grade 9, step A, at $24,589.50, effective November 20th, 2020.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Under prison, consider approving the 350-hour volunteer internship of PSU Fayette Human Development and Family Studies major Casey Fortuna, effective January 6, 2014.
Move. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approving the 350-hour volunteer internship of PSU Fayette Administration of Justice Major Mary Arbogast, effective January 6, 2014.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Under tax assessment, consider ratifying the lateral transfer of Controller's Office Auditor Michael Zinkowski to the Grant Monitor Tax Collection Reconciler position in the Tax Assessment Office, effective October 4th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Under Veterans Affairs, consider ratifying the resignation of per diem van driver Cheryl Thomas, effective September 25th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider accepting the resignation due to retirement of full-time van driver William Marva, effective December 19th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approving the promotion of per diem van driver Todd Naponic to full-time van driver at SEIU pay grade 3, step A, $10 per hour, effective December 20th, 2013.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Under planning and zoning, consider approval of the technical design and price proposal submitted by Fish, Kunkel and Associates for the Cool Spring Bridge number 7 replacement project.
Make the motion.
Do you have the amounts? The resolution is unclear at this point. I mean, when people read resolutions, it needs to be clear. And the only thing, just if the resolution is passed, I understand there's a motion on the floor, but if the resolution is passed as stated, it doesn't tell us anything. What's the amount?
Hold on. We met with Arthur the other day. I thought he had given us the
Well, he
figures.
was at the agenda meeting.
Yeah, he had given us the figures. I think that the construction cost was $800,000. The planning and design,
It's like
$400,000. The county will be, we don't have to pay anything. It's going to be provided pursuant to a disaster application to FEMA. FEMA will pay 75%, and the state will pick up the balance at FEMA. Well, FEMA is the federal end, and then the state PEMA will pick up the balance of the 25% of the cost. So the cost isn't paid for in its entirety by the.
So what's the price proposal? What's the dollar amount?
Again, I'm basing it on the meeting we had with Andrew where he said $800,000 for the construction cost, $400,000 for planning and design.
Hold on a second.
I mean, that's what I'm basing it on, Commissioner.
Those were the figures that he gave at the meeting.
Okay, the McTish, yeah, right, it's just said around 400,000. McTish, since that meeting, then sent all of us an email with a price breakdown. Okay, the proposed summary. The total engineering cost would be $430,000, $695.10. $430,695.10. That's what the motion for that amount, with FEMA paying 75% and FEMA paying 25%.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval for Arthur Capello to be assigned as the signatory for the FEMA and PEMA reimbursement process for the Cool Spring Bridge number 7 replacement project.
I thought that said in any other.
It said any other, and then he confirmed that the other is FEMA.
What was the motion? When did he confirm that?
After the agenda.
After the agenda meeting, right? Is that when he confirmed it? So there will only be FEMA and reimbursement.
There will only be FEMA?
FEMA and PEMA.
Okay. And they both reimburse it?
75-25.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion carries. Under item 13, prison, consider ratification of an agreement with Cambria County to house Fayette County inmates.
Based on the accusations on the floor, I don't believe that this commission has the authority to create liability for Cambria County taxpayers. Go ahead.
I'm going to have to respectfully ask you to not make comments during the meeting. You will have an opportunity at the end of the meeting to make any comments you would choose to. Thank you.
This is a ratification, which means that it's already been entered into. Is that correct? It has been. I know what a ratification means. I need confirmation that that has already been entered into. Is that correct?
Yes.
Make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Under 14, Public Works, consider approving the contract with Otis Elevator for repairing, upgrading the 2 public elevators in the public service building for $28,665. The contract for this work requires 50% down payment in the amount of $14,333.
Move.
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Director of Public Works. The $14,333, is that, was that budgeted for and is the money available?
That's not budgeted in our budget.
I'm sorry, it
That
is
was
not?
No. The elevator problem started in August of this year.
Okay, well, then
The one
we
elevator.
also designate, so is there any money in your budget? I know that's, your answer is no.
Not to cover that, right?
Not to cover that. Okay, so.
We're hoping there'd be something in the contingency plan to cover that, in the contingency funds, if there's any left.
Has anyone, have you or anyone within your office had any discussions with anyone in the controller's office or the chief clerk to determine where the money would be? For us to approve the contract, we also have to designate where the money is going to come from. So have you had any discussions? Chief Clerk, when you work on the budget, what line item might this money be available from?
Mr. Carson corrected, we probably have to come from contingency over because.
Have you?
And what's the
I'm sorry.
what's the how much is in the contingency line item right now? Do you have 14,000?
There's way more.
So, Controller Lawler, do you have documentation that could show us?
I'm looking.
Do we have those documents up here as well, or is that just something you brought?
This is internal documents.
I agree. I mean, I would have thought that we would have had this addressed prior to coming here today, where the funds were coming from. After the agenda meeting would have been an opportunity, you're right, to address that question. Have you talked to the Controller's office at all, Mr. Carson? Ms. Reback, you've not talked to the Controller's office? You just know we have way more than that. And that's where we're at.
There is money available in contingency to fund it if the commissioners would choose to do so.
Why don't we table this for like 5 minutes, and I'll text my chief deputy and see.
Well, we can come back to it, actually, pursuant to the procedure.
With Mr. Carson, when you say the contingency, are you referring to a specific line item in the budget?
I don't have any idea.
The contingency. The contingency fund.
I'm sorry, who told you there was plenty in the contingency fund? I mean, what's the line item? Does any?
I do not know what line item.
Right. What we need to definitely get away from is the types of resolutions that get passed, but it doesn't get designated specifically, and I mean, it's unclear resolutions, and then, okay. Your Controller, Lawler, you're going to be able to...
I'm trying to ascertain that. She may be at lunch right now.
Okay.
So we can come back to that? Is that's permissible, was it not?
Well, it seemed to me there was
a motion. I'll withdraw for the purpose of returning to the item based on information obtained by Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, you can return to it.
Yeah.
I didn't say we couldn't return to it.
What?
I said I didn't say we couldn't return to it. Obviously, we have to return
anybody
to it. I mean,
said
you can't pass something that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, the next 3 items are contracts for janitorial supplies, gasoline, diesel fuel, and the tires. I just have to be determined on here. Do we have information?
Okay, Mr. Carson again. You sent us an email, what, this morning?
Yes.
You sent it to the 3 of us, the 3 commissioners and Amy? Okay, so why don't you go through and bid number 13-13 for janitorial supplies. First off, let me ask you this question. All of these were properly bid?
Yes.
In the newspaper?
Yes.
And it had to be a newspaper because of the dollar amount? Okay, for the first one, how many bids were received for the janitorial?
Janitorial we received.
The chief clerk is whispering 10 up here. Is it 10? Okay. Does that sound about right?
There were 8 bids, 8 bidders that did receive award or the low bids, and there were 2 that did not receive anything. We had 10 bidders. Out of the 10 bids that broke down, 8 of those were successful on various items. So
okay.
we bid multiple items through various counties.
All right, and so who are you requesting for the janitorial supplies? That's what you have written here in this email? It's a list of individuals?
I do. I'm trying to find the one that I wrote up.
Are you going to do
for the janitorial supplies? The low bidders were Janitor Supply Incorporated, Smock, PA, Steritor, 84 PA, Interborough Packaging Corporation, Montgomery, New York, Mark IV Office Supply, Uniontown, PA, Calico Industries, Annapolis Junction, Maryland, Liberty Distributors, Philadelphia, West Virginia, Alderman Stratton Pack, Spring Valley, New York, and Pyramid School Products, Tampa, Florida. bid 13 for janitorial supplies.
Okay, these are the bid sheets, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Highlighted below. Did you read them all?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion.
And what's the effective date for these services?
It will start January 1.
January. Thank you.
For 1 year.
I'll make a motion to award the contracts for those as listed and for purposes of the resolution. I'm not going to repeat everything that Mr. Carson just said, but those are part of the motion. Okay, do you understand? So the motion needs to be very clear, the resolution needs to be very clear and list those individuals. Okay, for awarding bid number 13, make a motion to award bid number 13-13 for janitorial supplies effective January 1st, 2014 for a 1-year contract to the following bidders, and rather than me naming them all. Okay? Does everyone understand that motion?
I do.
That's my motion.
Commissioners, I have that information that you asked for.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Since we're in the thought process of these
Yeah,
bids,
but-
can we wait?
Oh, sure, sure, I'm just letting you know.
Okay, consider approving the contract under bid number 13-14 for Center Independence of Pittsburgh for gasoline and diesel fuel. Again, Bob, assuming they're going to start January 1st.
Yeah, that's for a 5-year award, January 1st, 2014 through December 31st, 2018.
Two.
It would be
Center
Independent.
Independent out of Pittsburgh.
Out of Pittsburgh.
Okay, I will make, and this is my motion, it's not what's written on this paper, because we don't approve the contracts for these purposes. I move to award bid number 13-14 for gasoline and diesel fuel for the period of January 1st, 2014 through December 31st, 2018?
Yes.
18, to Center Independent Energy out of the base office is the Pittsburgh office.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, this next one is on bid number 13-15. Consider excuse me, approval of the contract to awarding the contract to Expert Tire for all passenger vehicle like truck, SUV, and van tires, alignment and mechanical work.
The alignment and mechanical work would be on those vehicles.
Okay.
On those same
Those
designated
specifics, yes. And this is also beginning January 1st.
Yes, and that's the one that's contract January 1st to December 31st. Expert Tire does not have the facilities to work on larger vehicles or supply larger vehicle tires. We did receive 2 bids, one was from Expert Tire, and the other was from Bob Summerall Tire. Bob Summerall Tire was the low bidder on the large truck and equipment tires, a lot of mechanical work and emergency service work. Number 13.
We'll just do these one at a time.
Wait a minute, do what one? It's all under the same bid.
They're under the same bid.
It's just that one will provide
different services.
Yes. Generally, we had one bidder, there was a low bidder across the board on all the tires, all the mechanical work.
Mr. Carson, what, I didn't catch you. What was the term? For 1 year or 5
For 1
years?
year.
1 year, okay. So your email to us would be for Expert Tire as well as Bob Summerall?
Yes.
Okay, we can't do these one at a time, it's under one bid?
One bid, right.
Okay. I make a motion to award bid number 13-15 for, hold on one second, for tires and related mechanical services to Expert Tire for all passenger vehicle, light truck, SUV, and van tires, alignment and mechanical work, and Bob Summerall Tire for all large truck and equipment tires, alignment, mechanical work, and emergency repair services for a period of 1 year to begin January 1st, 2014.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Does that make it,
Motion carries.
Mr. Clark, that's what you did.
Okay, Mr. Lally, what have you found out on the contingency fund?
The contingency line item is 52910. The initial budget was $252,252. That was amended to $228,508.50. We have used $37,014.30 out of that line item. It has a remaining balance of $191,494.20. With the expenditures that Mr. Carson's proposing, that would leave $162,829.20.
Okay. Probably should have asked you to check this before, but the contingency line item was for contingencies. This here really should be taken out of either the capital project or the capital, not under the contingency. Do you have a,
The capital reserve fund balance has a balance of $61,334.12.
yeah, it can't be capital reserve, that's for the large items. What about the capital projects? I mean, that contingency line item is set there for things that we would not,
Wouldn't that be a contingency when an elevator breaks?
I think we need, but it also could be under the capital project as per our discussions with our financial consultant.
Sure, it could.
Which is what he is preferring or recommending that the county start to do. That contingency, we may need that for some of the legal fees so far, just for Machinsky case and some other ones. Is that not? Did we get a bill yet from any of those?
I don't know.
No.
But you're right.
I'm sorry?
I said, but you're right.
Can you say that louder? No, I'm just
Right?
No, I don't want to just. I know it's needed, but you know, $15,000 is 15. Controller Lonnie, do you see anything else in there that we could?
I mean, I don't know what Machinsky has in store for us from a legal perspective. I'm not an attorney.
Well, it's going to be, no,
but I know it's going to be a lot.
Yeah.
I do understand that.
Here's
You have to balance. What is the need? Is the need to repair the elevator or to not repair it? I mean,
no, we have to, obviously we need to, the resolution is not to say whether or not we're going to repair or not to repair. The resolution is to enter into a contract with Otis Elevator and to pay, actually to pay $28,000.
The lead time is 4 to 6 weeks on getting the supplies for one elevator.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking in December till they probably would be ready to start.
And this is to repair, correct?
This is to repair the elevator so we can put it back in service.
So it's a contract asking them to repair something that is broken or
It's been out of service since August.
Right, and we have to just designate where the money's going to come from. And it's, I mean, you're asking for the $14,500, but actually it's to approve a contract for $28,000. And when will that money be paid in 2014? Then, are you saying?
Most likely will be paid 2000. The 14,333 would be due now.
They're not going to order the parts unless they have 50% off.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to. Do you have the contract?
Not with me.
Okay. Did you? I think you emailed that.
I think I emailed all of it.
Okay.
There were two contracts, one for one elevator, one for two elevators.
I remember that. Okay. I'm going to make a motion to enter into a contract with Otis Elevator to repair and upgrade the public service elevator, and authorize the payment of $14,333 from the 2013 general fund budget, specifically to be taken from either the capital project fund or the contingency fund, depending on the monies that are available, and a review with our financial consultant who's preparing the budget. And his statement that certain line items for repair should be taken out of capital rather than contingency. That's my resolution. It would be $14,000, and it would either be taken from the contingency or the capital project fund after a review from the controller and the financial consultancy at large.
I second the motion.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Now make sure that that says capital project, not the capital reserve, okay? That's where's that?
Project or contingency.
Make sure, did you budget for the 14,000 for the 2014?
I asked for the entire amount.
Well, you better change that.
We can change that. I was working on a contingency. Should this contingency not work?
That's fine. What's your next item?
Consider appointing ADL High Voltage of Carnegie as the exclusive agent for obtaining quotes for electric energy generation for all Fayette County meters.
I asked this question at the agenda meeting, and I believe the controller stated that there is already an agreement. Tell us about this.
There's an agreement with them to do the gas, the natural gas, which they did. Our last energy provider for natural gas was UGI Energy. Last year, if you remember, we decided to ask these folks to take care of that for us, because with them going in there asking everybody that's a player in the market to get us a price.
Do we have a current agreement with ADL?
I believe they've changed their name in the past year. It was High Voltage.
Okay, but that was for natural gas. Okay, and this one here is for the electric.
They submitted the lowest price through UGI. UGI was our supplier prior to them going in the market and looking for a price for us. UGI, whenever their contract was ending, submitted us their best price. Their best price to us was not as good as the price was from High Voltage.
Understood. I move to appoint ADL.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Item 15, tax claim. Consider approval to accept the following bids from the November 5th, 2013 repository sales bid opening, subject to all conditions being met, listed as names as listed, for a total of $1,367.59.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 16 under Veterans Affairs. Consider approval to accept the quotes for purchase of the following for 2014 flags and markers.
Mr. Kopp, I want to weigh in on this. The last information that you gave to us, that you said that there was some issues, but then you would be discussing it with Mr. Solicitor Berkeley.
Okay, the specifications that we put out required that the bidders supply us with a specimen of the marker at the time of the bid. The specimen and the bidder that was proposed by the Veterans Affairs Office had a better specimen. The specimen that was provided by the other bidder, which was slightly lower, was not of the same quality as the bid that's been proposed for adoption.
Is it the same quality, or is it the unpainted markers?
Well, it's the quality. And it's not just unpainted, it's that they were a different quality of marker. They were thinner and they were more, they were less defined.
Okay.
The impression of
Let me just ask a specific question. Okay, at the agenda meeting, I asked you to review the bid specs that was prepared by the Director of Veterans Affairs to determine if those specs were very clear before she made her letter writing and telephone call, because the lowest bidder isn't listed here on the agenda.
For Crowther and Porter, that's right.
Right, and I want to avoid having another bidder come in and say that we awarded a bid and it did not follow the specifications. So my question to you is, have you done that, and are you confident that if an issue would be raised by the lower bidder, that we as the county would be able to argue that?
We asked for a specimen to review. We did not provide in our specs how we were going to review that specimen. So that creates a question, and I'm not sure I can exactly answer your question. We wanted a specimen so that we could review it. We did not say that if the specimen did not meet certain qualifications as to the profile of the indentation, the painting, the finishing, that we would reject it. We didn't say that. We said that they had to provide a specimen for us to look at.
If I may ask a question.
Sure.
The threshold regarding the bid process has been increased. I thought it was 18,000 now. Is it not?
Yeah, we're under that.
Yeah, we're under that.
Yeah.
So, well, if I may, please. Clearly, we do not have. I mean, although I yield to your legal knowledge, but based on the criteria under the bid process, we've extended ourselves even more by doing what we've done.
Yeah.
Ms. Nicolo has shown all three of us the markers and the difference, and clearly, I think hopefully we all saw that there was a difference in quality between marker A, which she has listed, and marker B. Based on that alone, I mean, it would, and based on us not exceeding the threshold under the law, I mean, we have the choice to determine a recommendation of whomever, in this case, Ms. Nicola.
Commissioner Zabatowski, you missed the point. Okay, obviously, I'm not talking about, the bid process was done correctly in that because the bid threshold law has been changed. Okay, I'm not talking about the method in which we secured these bids.
Well, no, I'm talking about the selection.
Yeah, I'm talking. No, there is no qualms at all about the method in which the county solicited the bid. We all are with that understanding. I am just specifically asking, because regardless of which method that you take, you still have to be specific in your scope of work, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So whether we do a telephone bid, a written bid, a bid in the newspaper, or an RFQ, or whatever the situation calls for, regardless, we as the county must be specific in the scope of work in our bid. Now, my only question is, I'm not questioning the method. I'm questioning is, were we specific so that it allowed for each of the bidders, because it's not just Flagstone, it's also another company, correct?
Flagstone's a different contract.
Right.
It's for flags. Crowther and Porter's the one for the
yeah, okay, Crowther and Porter. There was another bid, correct?
Yes.
Detweiler.
Yes.
Okay, so all what and he was lower.
Yes.
Okay, so the question is that was it clear enough in the bid specs that if that company comes back, that the county will be, you're confident that we would be able to say, no, we were permitted not to go with your bid because of the way in which the spec was written?
We asked for a specimen for our review. Okay. Now, we probably should have said in there that if the specimen does not meet with our standards, that we would reject it. We didn't say that.
I know. That's why I'm saying all of this. Okay.
We didn't say that.
Right. We didn't, and that's why I brought it up at the agenda meeting. Okay, and that's why from last Tuesday till today. So all what I want to know is if this gets awarded to whatever the name is, okay, is there going to be an issue that we as the county will not be able to defend?
We can defend the issue.
Okay. Do you feel confident that we'll be okay with it?
Yeah, it's clearly that the specimen that we got from these people was better than the specimen from the other people. And you wouldn't have asked for a specimen if you weren't going to look at it to see if it was better.
We need to make it known that the specs and scope of works do not go out, whether it's by letter, telephone, anything, until we have legal review. Okay, and that's how we've handled this in the past, and I don't know why it was not done in this particular instance. Okay, we always have legal review. Is it not correct? No.
I totally agree.
Right. Okay, to avoid these kind of problems. So.
But I agree with John. I mean, John and I have talked about it, and you can't guarantee that somebody's not going to complain or object about it, but I think it's implicit in requesting and requiring a sample that you know that is part of the bidding process.
If there's an issue that you will be able to defend it, okay. And that's for the crofter, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
For 1,400 markers, which is $6.64 each, include shipping.
We discussed the questions based on the quality of the sample submitted.
I'll second it, subject to the statements made by the solicitor that it met the bid specs. Make sure that's the motion. That's the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 17 under Commissioners. Consider amending the resolution approved at the October 15, 2013 meeting for the Commissioners' work sessions to begin at 11 a.m. on the third Thursday of each month.
Move.
You can't do it that way.
Okay.
No. And a resolution was passed. The resolution was passed that we would hold the work, and these are not just commissioner work sessions.
Oh, this was, I thought we were doing it 10, was it 10 o'clock?
No, it was, initially it was 9:30. We're just moving it to 11.
No, that's not what we're doing. The motion that was passed was to have commissioner work sessions for the purpose of discussion regarding the new jail and related matters to begin at, to be held on the third Thursday at 9:30. There's no reason why we need to change it to 11 o'clock. That motion was passed unanimously.
Do you have a do you have a copy of that resolution?
No.
Oh.
John might have.
John.
I wouldn't know.
Well, then my question would be, in the agenda meeting, we passed this at the agenda meeting.
Put it on this agenda?
That's
Yeah, you
correct.
two did. Yeah.
Well, I understand that. My question is, by virtue of that, is it not amendable? By virtue, is the previous resolution not subject to amendment by virtue of an act of a resolution today? Solicitor,
I don't see why it's not amendable.
I mean,
what's the objection to?
The objection is to change it. I'm not saying that the procedure is not being
okay, well that's my question.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my question. I mean, I'm just asking the question. Is, I mean,
yes.
So then the question would be, this language here is, if passed, would be changing the time from 9:30 to 11. Is that correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Okay, well, and why? Why? We all agree that it would be at 9:30. Why is that?
Well, because I didn't understand that there was thinking on your part that that would be in place of the project team that was working on the prison project. And you mentioned that in that meeting that we should abolish the project team.
I didn't do that in a motion. I didn't do that in a motion.
Not in a motion, but you stated that publicly.
Well, you can change. I mean, the prison working group can change their you know, it's not advertised meetings, and you can change your and you make yours at 11 o'clock. The whole purpose of us having it at 9:30 is so that we can have the commissioners be available and allowed to attend meetings and have the discussions regarding the any actions that are going to be taking place with respect to the new jail and the weapons annex and everything. If we have it at 11 o'clock after the prison group meets, well, you've got two commissioners who can't even attend at 9:30. So we miss all of that. So in essence, it would be defeating the purpose.
You can attend any meeting you want.
No, I can't. No, I can't. I believe it's been very clear that, you know, the commissioners cannot attend that prison working group meetings. They haven't been advertised.
Sunshine law.
It precludes me from attending, whether you agree with it or not, whether you agree with the P&A attorney or not. It makes no difference that I cannot attend those meetings.
That's why they're not advertised.
No, it's not just an opinion. It's I could get legal opinions as well. Okay, that was a legal opinion, as a matter of fact. It was a legal opinion. Okay, that those meetings are not advertised. So I'm not going to argue over the prison working group. We need to have commissioner work sessions so that the commissioners, and I think, well, Commissioner Zabatoski, I mean, you stated.
My question is, I have on my schedule breakfast meetings, early morning meetings prior to 9:30 that would overlap the 9:30 start. And I told you that, Commissioner, as well. So I'd have to adjust. I mean, I'm speaking of schedules, which we all have, and I'm not talking about the prison working group, because I don't attend those meetings, Commissioner. I stop in, say hello on most occasions. Thank you for coming and doing your public service. I did attend the public meetings, as we all did. I'm saying that I would have to adjust my schedule, and I told you that. So that's the question. I mean, I'm willing to work with you all as much as possible to accommodate times as much as possible. But I wasn't aware of the 9:30 conflicting with previous schedules.
Well, that's what was discussed at
I was not aware of my schedule at the time. That's all I'm saying, Commissioner. I'll be more than willing to work with both of you to set up a time that fits all three of us. We all three have varying scheures.
Okay, then
I'm not trying to be combative.
Then let's do that. Let's go back and check schedules and have.
I'm not trying to be.
If you cannot, the resolution that was unanimously passed last October said the third Thursday at 9:30. If now you're two individuals, the two who also voted for it, saying that it's a conflict, then we can circulate some other dates.
I'm not saying I'm willing to accommodate both of you all's schedules if you're willing to work with me. I'm not. Again, I told you that the other day.
We need to have the commissioner work sessions prior to the prison working group meetings. Okay, so that all three of us can be sitting in a room, or at least the majority of us can be sitting in a room, have the discussions to find out exactly what's going on. And then that can be relayed to the prison working group that, yes, the commissioners administratively said, go ahead, move forward, and the prison working group do what they need to do. Having this after the fact, I mean, it's not serving any purpose. So if need be, if we have to change the commissioner work sessions as it relates to the jail, then we'll have to revisit that next month. That's fine with me.
Okay, so
there would be no action at this time.
Consider approval to increase the contracted constable hourly rate for 2014 for the Fayette County Booking Center to $16 per hour. Is there a motion? Tammy, would you like to elaborate on what transpired to get us to this?
Yes, we were trying to, the booking center was trying to come up with some other way, an alternative way than using constables to staff the booking center, because there isn't any constables at this point who want to work for the contracted rate of $15 an hour. We had tried to go into a contracted lease with the DA's office for the task force officers to work and then take over part of those hours that we are lacking at a rate of $18 an hour. However, we're not able to do that. There's a problem with payments with that process. In the development of that, though, the constables that were working at the booking center were very agitated because they currently work for $15 an hour, and then we were getting task force officers at $18 an hour, and we currently pay the city police officers $27 an hour. So obviously there's a big span of different wages that they're paying. So they wanted to know if they would be able to be considered for an additional increase in their hourly wage, or they're independent contractors, but for their hourly coverage of the booking center for next year for the 2014 contract.
Which would come out of which fund?
It comes out of the booking center fund.
For this year?
For this year, yes.
For 2013?
For 2013. For 2014, the majority of the budget will be booking center fund. The commissioners will have to probably put in some to balance the budget for 2014.
And that's why you're bringing it to us, because of the increase in the general fund for 2014 would have to fund at least partial.
Well, yeah, plus the contracts with the independent contractors with the booking center, because the booking center is a county vicinity. The contracts are with the commissioners and the booking center constables, so it would be ultimately your decision.
In the proposed budget that was put on this table at right before this meeting, was that placed in the line item at the increase, Chief Clerk?
I am not sure right this second. I would.
Tammy,
I mean, I don't, and I would move to table until.
I mean, the request was made. I'm sure it was.
Whenever I prepared the budget, I budgeted for $16 an hour in the event that it would have been granted. So the figures you are seeing is for the constables at the $16 an hour.
That we're seeing where?
In the your budget.
That you in your proposed, but the final document, I don't know if it's in there. You can't tell us whether or not it's in.
I can only tell you that I put it in the proposed part.
In your department request. You put it in for the department request. Okay. Until the budget is passed, I would say that we table this. I move to table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval of the October 15, 2013 regular commissioner meeting minutes.
No.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item, consider approval for a motion to advertise for bids for the 2013 tram note. I would like to table because we don't have enough information to determine what the amount should be.
Second to table.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval to accept a proposal to purchase the Fredericktown ferry made by Blank River Services Incorporated for $20,000.
I'll move to table. When the I don't know what month it was. I don't know if it was September or October, at the commissioners meeting, where the RFP or the RFP was sent. After the RFP was it an RFP or a bid? And it was a request for proposal. Okay. If both solicitors recall, I sent something to both of you and asked you to give me a call on this. Haven't heard from either of you since then, but there's a couple of issues with this, and we need to make certain that, first of all, we need to make certain that everything that was done under this transfer and the closing is within the ordinance agreement that has been adopted and passed by both the Washington and the Fayette County. There were no bids, no proposals, right? So the proposal was advertised and there was no responses. Is that correct?
There were no proposals received.
Okay, no proposals received. There were some questions and discussion and disagreement on how that proposal was written based on the motion that I passed. But that's a minor issue compared to the bigger issue. There were no proposals received, and then we just received this letter from Blank River Services. And does anyone know how that occurred?
When we sent out the RFPs, we actually got responses from some people that were interested in purchasing the ferry and said they would not respond. They were not going to respond. And so I asked Bill Arnold, who manages the ferry for the county, and asked him if he would, just make some follow-up calls for anybody he thought that might be interested, because, there was actually a non-response. So, and this is one of the people he must have called that is interested in purchasing the ferry.
I didn't know that even occurred. But were those calls made before or after or during the request for proposal period?
After we didn't receive any proposals.
So no proposals were received, and then Commissioner Ambrosini, you're saying that you contacted the department head and asked him to seek out some interested parties.
If I asked him if there to make some follow-up calls, or anybody that he thought might be interested in.
You can't do it that way. Mr. Cupp, solicitor, you can't.
I think we should perhaps defer action on this.
Yes, absolutely. And then also defer. I'm not even going to make a motion to table because, well, no, you're almost have to because it's on the agenda. The other thing too is, has anyone read or reviewed the ordinance agreement between both counties to make certain that, Washington County they also agreed to discontinue the service? I don't know. I've looked for a resolution. I don't have that. Amy, you said you wrote that Washington County did pass a resolution. There's an email from you that says that Washington County did pass a resolution. I tried to, I looked on their website through their last, it would have been from June, July to date. I can't find any resolution where the Washington County Commissioners had also. We need that, and if we don't have that resolution, then that's not going to be in accordance with this ordinance agreement, okay? The second part, if we did accept this, how would that money be divided? I mean,
it wouldn't, because the ownership of the boat is solely Fayette County's.
Okay, and I don't have any. I have documentation that says otherwise. So how do where you, Commissioner Ambrosini, you had mentioned that before. I actually, one of the meetings, and then there was another discussion. It was in the newspaper that Fayette County owns this. How do you know that only Fayette County owns it?
Because I have a document that indicates that that Fayette County is the owner, or Fayette County is only a name on the document. I'll be more than happy to share that.
Yeah, you're right. That it's titled in our name, but we're not the owners according to this ordinance agreement. The ordinance agreement that was signed by both county commissioners, Washington and Fayette, back in the late 70s or early 80s, specifically says that it is owned by both. However, for purposes of convenience, that it would be titled under Fayette County. So before we take this step, I don't know even if I have that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you give me a copy of that
Yeah.
ordinance. And I do remember something. I thought Washington County had passed it as well, but we better verify it.
Yeah, and if they pass it, then fine, okay. But in addition to that, we have to determine, you know, the ownership. I don't have that. I might have that. Hold on one second. You said, well, I have the document that states otherwise. If you, or you, Commissioner Anderson, referring to what type of document that says it's in just Fayette County then?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's a, I think it's a certificate of ownership document or something like that.
Yeah, which is contrary
I
to...
have it in my files back at the office.
Okay.
So is there a motion to table? Is that what?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll second the motion to table.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval of a tentative 2014 general fund budget. Or consider a motion to approve a tentative 2014 general fund budget with revenue of $32,060,691 and expenditures of $34,074,428 for a deficit of $3,013,737 and a millage rate of 4.51448, which is the same millage rate as last year. Now, let me explain what we're doing here. In this budget process, you know, we always get requests more than what we can than what the budget actually ends up being adopted. And this is the difference. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to work on the working with the department heads and row officers to you know, get us to a balanced budget. At the same time that we ourselves are reviewing these. So we're kind of doing a two-step process at the same time. We're trying to basically save time, because if we wait till we get to a balanced budget just to issue a tentative budget, then it's going to push us to the end of the year, which we have to do both anyway. Let's just do them at the same time. And I think the other thing that this does is it actually makes things kind of transparent in terms of what some of the departments and row offices are actually asking. So that gives them the opportunity to voice their opinion on why they need the extra money to the public. So that's an effort to be additionally transparent, and at the same time we can work on both of these issues at the same time.
First off, we don't propose a tentative budget. That's not what county government does. You propose the general fund budget, okay? and then you put it out for public inspection for 20 days, and then you adopt it. So there's no way that I would ever pass a resolution that says, how do you have that? Would you please reread that motion? Well, you didn't make the motion, but you...
It's consider a motion to approve a tentative 2014 general fund budget.
Okay, yeah. You can't, that's not within the county code to propose a tentative budget. What we do is we propose a budget, okay, with the numbers that we believe are what we need for the spending plan for 2014. That's the proposed budget. That's what every other county does. Look in the newspaper. That's what townships, school boards, they all do. It's a proposed budget. And then you put it out for public inspection for 20 days, and then you adopt it. And in that 20-day period, that's where, you know, if there are some minor changes, that those changes are made in that 20-day period. And then the public also has an opportunity to review and inspect it. And as far as the transparency definitely comes at the public budget meetings. I would strongly suggest that we not propose a proposed budget today, because as presented, first off, this was, you know, we didn't even have any numbers or anything until this morning, which when I came into this room right here, we finally found, you know, the first important 5 pages of this budget. The only thing that has happened with the budget meetings is that and Sam Lynch, who is the financial consultant who is being paid to help the county prepare this budget and provide the technical assistance, confirmed that the budget numbers is everything that the departments have asked for. Okay, that's what he told me on Friday, that everything that the departments has asked for is in this budget. Is that not correct, Chief Clerk? Is that how?
That's correct.
That's correct. So you and Sam Lynch worked on the budget, you know, up through Friday, okay? And I think he was here yesterday on Monday. And everything that is, all of the numbers in here for the expenses is as some people call it, the wish list of each department. So you and Sam inputted at all of their requests, correct? Yeah. Okay. So why would, other than inputting the request under the New World accounting system and then printing this out, has there been any meetings with, well, I'm not going to ask you because I already know, there hasn't been any meetings with us three to make any changes, to propose this, to put this out for public inspection is really disingenuous, because you're saying to the public, here's the budget, this is what the departments want, inspect it for 20 days, and then we'll come back and we'll adopt it. And we know, I mean, I'm looking at these figures here. What's the expenses? 32, no, the revenue was 32 million, the expenditures is 35, so it's a $3 million deficit. I mean, there's no way that I strongly suggest that we not take any action and propose a budget that is more accurate. Have us sit down. None of us sat down and said, as we've done, Commissioner Zabatoski, you and I have worked on the budget before. Prior to having the proposed budget, we went through and said, okay, department wants this, but however, we instructed the department head, chief clerk, and Sam Lynch what numbers to put in.
If I may.
Okay, and I have one other thing to say. Please don't anyone say, well, time is of the essence, because we have until December 31st to adopt the budget, and you have to have it out for inspection for at least 20 days. So it would behoove us to go back to our office now. Sam worked up until Sunday evening, did he not? Chief Clerk.
Sam was here yesterday.
Okay, so he worked up until even yesterday, just putting the numbers in, and there has not been any meetings with us to say what we would agree to, not agree to. So that's why this budget is, well, you know, a 35 and a 32. if we go back to our offices and sit down now that we have these numbers, and us as the commissioners inform Sam Lynch and Amy, the chief clerk, what we will agree to, then we can come back and have a special meeting and propose the budget and have it out for the 20 days and adopt it before the December 31st. But I mean, to propose something here, there's been no discussion, there's been nothing, it's just the wish list.
If I may, I do agree and disagree with my colleague. First of all, minor changes is not an accurate assessment of previous budgets. We've had deficits in some cases. Previous administrations had deficits of in excess of $1.5 million, $2 million. One of the things that we've strived to do is to try to get it as true to form as possible. Obviously, we're not there yet. I think it's important that we do understand the time restraint. Contrary to a statement that was made a couple of years ago, we do have until 31 December at midnight to pass a budget. If we fail to do that, the county jeopardizes federal state funding, loses its rating. There are a lot of drawbacks to that, so I do urge that we get it passed before the end of December. We do have the ability to engage in special meetings. Now, to the points that Commissioner Ambrosini made, one of the aspects of being a commissioner and during and especially during the budget, by the way, I can say that there's only been 2 signatures, and no disrespect to you, Commissioner. I know that was your position, and I commend you for maintaining it. But there's only been 2 signatures on the last several budgets. So as far as disingenuous goes, if you support all of this camaraderie, getting together, coming up with numbers, then at the end result, you should support the budget itself. But that has not been the case. I do want people to understand that we're every year hit with a tremendous amount of requests from departments, and all of them come with a story and credibility, and we all know that everybody's working harder, and we would love to be able to provide, the requests that everyone makes, but unfortunately, it's not feasible. I would like to get together and come up with a budget that we all 3 can agree on by the 31st. I think the points that Commissioner Zimmerlink had made have merit. I think that the Commissioner Ambrosini raised some points that also have merit. This is what the row officers tell us they need. This is what we now have to do, is reduce this down by $3 million. And I do agree that the word tentative is not the word to use, because it's a proposed budget that's clearly going to be changed and hopefully greatly changed by the 31st. But I think both of my colleagues raised good points. We definitely have to pare this down by $3 million. That's going to be an arduous task. I hope that the offices understand that their requests, although they may think have merit, unfortunately we have to operate within a structure based on the revenue we receive. So I'm not trying to, I won't go any further, but I think that the people of Fayette County, have a right to see what we now have to do is pare this down. So I think that's a great point as well. So I was just making a comment.
Quickly to follow up, I never said that we should pass this at December 31st at 11:59.
I didn't say you did.
We have an obligation to pass this budget before December 31st. And when you propose a budget, you say to the people, to the taxpayers, people, this is what we are proposing. Look at it, inspect it for 20 days, and in 20 days when you come back, it's going to be very, very similar to that. Not a $3 million deficit. The second part is that you are somewhat incorrect on whether or not I passed and did not pass prior budgets, but it wouldn't matter because we're talking about the 2014 budget. When you said that we have an obligation to be as true to the form as possible, and we're not there yet, you just made my point. This is not, this budget that is being asked to be presented to the public for inspection for 20 days is not true to the form as possible. And the reason it's not true to the form as possible, in your words, the reason it's not is because this is the first time that I've been a commissioner that the numbers from the department heads and row officers were just inputted into a proposed budget without any discussion with the commissioners and set for public inspection for 20 days. Now, you mentioned something about camaraderie. I mean, I'm on record. I've asked for a number of years, and we're not going to go back and talk about what happened, what didn't happen when Commissioner Ambersini was here, wasn't here, or when you and I were here. The whole idea of the budget meeting, okay, is to sit down and for us three or the majority to go through. Sam Lynch said in his, I mean, I wish he was here, and he should be here because he's the financial consultant that we're paying to put these numbers together. I mean, he said that you know, that these numbers are just numbers that are put in, and that in past practice, and he was present. What we did is we tweaked those numbers before we even presented it to the public. Okay, we've never just put all of the numbers in and said, okay, public, here it is. This is not true to the form. We can all agree that none of us have had any conversations with each other at any of these public budget meetings. For those who, and with the chief clerk who was present, and Sam Lynch for those, what was it, 3 or 4 days? And those 3 or 4 days, those were specifically for the department heads to come in, and there's department heads sitting here there. They can confirm it. They came in, they looked at a screen and said, yes, this is what we put in the budget. And then that was it. Then they got up and they left. And after they left, this is what came of it. There's no way that we should propose this, because it is in no way close to what we're going to do. We know that.
Well, first of all,
we have an obligation under the county code to present.
It is incorrect. When we did meet with the department heads, it was more than then just coming in and say, here it is. And, you know, what we did was they provided documentation in most cases that explained why they were asking for additional money. And there was a two-way conversation with most of the department heads. In fact, except if they came in and said, hey, I'm just going to ask for what I did last year, or if they had no increases. But we did discuss all their proposed increases at some length, in fact.
No one's saying we didn't have the meeting. I mean, you and I were there. There were times that Commissioner Zapatowski, but the point is that this was all put in there.
I'm trying to let the people know what was done at that meeting. You're making it sound like they just came in and said, hey, here's my wish list, and they went away.
And we talked about their wish list and what they wanted, and these are the numbers that are put in there, as Sam Lynch confirmed and the chief clerk just said confirmed. There was no... at the end of that day, those numbers that the department heads or row officers gave, and after we had the discussion, those numbers that were given were inputted into the New World system, thus making this document. Is that not correct, Chief Clerk? You worked on the budget. That's part of your responsibility as the county employee as the chief clerk. Is
chief
that
clerk
not what
did
you
her
did,
job.
right? I'm not saying
Well,
that you
you
didn't.
can- I mean-
I just want you to confirm, that's what we put it.
like confirmed.
There, okay, so those, so the numbers that, no one is saying that she didn't. I'm getting the confirmation again, the numbers that after the department had left, and we've had, whether it was a 5-minute discussion or a 15-minute discussion, you can confirm, because you're here and that's your job as the chief clerk. Sam Lynch, I can't ask him, he's not here. You're confirming again, right, that whatever they asked for, that's what's in this document without any changes, correct? There you go. Okay, yes. That is not a true budget then. That's it's not a true budget.
The only true budget is the budget that is presented. Again, if I may, can I have at least the floor for a second or two? The only true budget is the budget that is prepared and put up for final passage. Historically, we've done it, again, and Commissioner Zimmerling knows this, we've done it where we've done 3 lines, and it has AZ, VZ, or an AA, in whatever order you want to put them in. And you go through the line item, and let's use materials and supplies for row office A. They requested $2,500. Well, I may put $2,200. Somebody else may put $2,100. Somebody else may put $1,800. And then we go back and forth and come to an agreement as to what the final number is. Then we present a proposed budget that normally has a deficit. I mean, the first year this administration took office, we had a tremendous deficit. In fact, we had to reopen the budget. Further than that, let the record at least know this. I know I was the chairman. I had to withdraw 2 expenditures, juvenile probation, as well as the ARC payment, in order to bring the budget to 0 to get it finally agreed to by 2 commissioners for final passage. We reopened that budget subsequently in the middle of January. That's all for the record. And I mean, it's true. Ask Sam Lynch. Sam Lynch is the guy that told me how to get a budget to 0 because nobody wanted to support a tax increase for that year. I had to reopen. Then we reopened the budget subsequently in January and addressed the actual deficit. So again, this budget is important to get done. It's important to get done on time. This is this is just the start. Whether we vote on this today or vote on it next week, we're going to have a deficit that we subsequently have to wipe out by the end of December. Everything else is just pomp and circumstance. The bottom line is we got to pass something that is posted for 20 days pursuant to the law and make sure that we're in that compliance. Subsequently, between that time and between the time we pass whatever to the time of the end of December, we have to come up with a final budget. That's the real budget, guys. The rest of it is just numbers.
She said half hour.
Well, I just wanted to remind you again, Ms. Olmstead, thank you for your tolerance.
Commissioner Zavatovsky, the only time that you can reopen a budget is I'm not going to, there's county code, and both, I think, I'm not going to even address that, okay? It doesn't matter. We're talking about the 2014 budget.
That's correct. Well, that's correct.
Right,
so let's move forward on that. I agree with you,
now,
Commissioner.
Okay. Now, you said something that was very important, and that was that when you have your budget meetings, that after the department heads and the row officers come in and give us their numbers, their wish list, and how their spending plan, that the 3 commissioners, whoever they may be at the time, whether it was the past administration, you mentioned AZ, VZ, and AA, which is the 3 sitting here, that we would all come up with an amount, and then something was chosen, and it was put into the document and then proposed. You are absolutely right. And that is what is missing in this instance. That is something that we did not do, that has not yet been done.
And
you are correct, and that is the way in which it's supposed to be done, and that's what I'm trying to get done.
If it was done in a and I say this with the utmost respect, if it was done by all three parties consistently.
No, I didn't.
I have no problems, but I think that at this point, I don't know if we're repeating history is a good thing or a bad thing. Starting a process in a different manner may be a more motivating factor. I don't know, but the bottom line is we got to get this done.
And we have time to do it, but I'm not, somebody make a motion. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no way that I can, how do you propose a budget whenever the commissioners, no, I'm not going to say how do you, because that's a question. There is no way that the commissioners can pass a resolution that proposes the spending plan for 2014 when we have not even discussed and agreed what should go in those line items.
Well, if I may, somebody can view it this way too. That this was a budget that has been proposed that we need to now correct. I mean, to me, we could use, you could go back and forth on the definition of proposed. I mean, I'm sitting here and Commissioner Ambrosini, do you have any comment on this document?
Yeah, to be quite honest with you folks, we need to work on this to get it done in a timely manner. The more time we can work on it, the more accurate it can be. We've been working on this since October, and we're finally getting some of the numbers. Unfortunately, when you start the budget process, there's a lot of numbers that aren't available, or at least not accurate. As you go, the further you go along, the more accurate those numbers are. and obviously, the more you can sit down with the department heads and start discussing, details, as we already have done. We've already started to talk about why they're requesting these sums, and I agree with Commissioner Zapatowski. There was things done in the past that weren't really accurate or weren't done properly. There's a number of ways you can attack this budget issue, and I think this process that we're going to do here, or hopefully we can do, is going to add a little more accountability to the row offices, that in some departments that are actually asking for what they think are legitimate requests. And so I would encourage the public to look at what they spent last year, what they're requesting this year, and if it's a substantial amount more, then the public has an opportunity to talk to the individual row officers or department heads in some cases. It's more important for the row officers because they're elected officials. So, and they should have some accountability also. It's always, it doesn't matter what we have to do to finally get to the bottom line. It's what's important is that the public know where we're starting from.
Right, and that's why I want it to be accurate, because right now it's not.
It never is. All I'm doing is
this is the first time that a budget has ever been proposed that only has the numbers that the department heads and the row officers, and there has not been any discussion with the three of us and the staff and consultant as to what to put in. This is exactly what everybody wants without any modifications, and to present this is wrong to do. As I said, what the better thing to do is to go back, clean this up and then propose it. You know, if we need a week to do that and propose it, put out the 20 days and then go from there. But, you know,
And we'll still have a deficit. We'll still have, I mean.
This is a $3 million.
I agree, Commissioner, listen, I'm not disagreeing it's a $3 million deficit, but I'm only implying that historically, and I know we don't want, I mean, you're basing it on history to a certain extent, but we've always proposed a budget that had a deficit. I would prefer that it be under $3 million myself. But the bottom line is, it always has had a deficit of, in excess of, in most cases. And Mr. Lally, would you agree with me that our proposals have always been at least in excess of $1 million?
Always.
And so the tweaking process begins after this has been voted on. Then our feet's to the fire to get this thing down to where it's balanced. And that's the only outcome I'm concerned with. How we get there is irrelevant, as long as by 31 December we're at zero.
So Commissioner Zapatowski, you are comfortable in proposing a budget to the public to inspect that consists of all of the requests that the department heads and the row officers has asked for without any input and decisions by any of the 3 commissioners?
From the perspective that this is the reality that we have to deal with in the budgetary process, yes, I am. From this perspective, this is what we receive from all of the department heads and row offices. This is what the job, that our task that we have to perform is to eliminate that excess revenue. I'm not pleased, of course, that we're not in a better position budgetarily. I would wish that and hope that folks would live within the restraints. But again, you call it a wish list. I guess it is just that. It's a wish list. But the reality of it is, and I think the people have a right to know. This is what their other offices. This is what the row office A, B, and C has said they need. Because at the end, we're the ones that are culpable for the final decision, and we're the ones that are viewed by the public based on the final decision. This, I think, is the start of it, and the people have a right to see it too. Don't you agree that the people should know what what the budget requests are?
Well, of course, and that's why you have public budget.
Okay,
meetings.
well,
But
I
agree.
agree.
But we're beyond that. This is the county commissioners proposing a budget, a spending plan for 2014. I'm not going to propose that. Just someone make a motion. Let's move on.
I'm just trying to say that this is the start of the process.
It is
the real work begins after this is whatever number at the end was proposed. The true work becomes after that. That's when we get down to the brass tacks of where we're going with this budget. Nobody's sitting here, at least I know I don't. I'm not going to support a $3 million deficit to be absorbed. No way in heck. I mean, the fact of the matter is,
propose it. That's the point. We need to clean it up before you propose it to the public.
we cleaned it up once. We clean it up again. The final budget is the final product. In my
Someone
opinion.
make a motion. Let's move on.
One of the other things I want to point out here, during our meetings with all the row officers and department heads, nobody really came in and I want to kind of offset the wish list label. Nobody came into those meetings and sat down and said, this is my wish list. They came with serious requests, and they provided documentation along with those requests and reasons, real solid reasons. So there's there is a lot of hard work to do here, but I think that everybody should shoulder some accountability, and the public should get a chance to see what we're faced with and the process we have to go through to make sure we have a balanced budget. Now, solicitors, if I changed the word from tentative to proposed, would that
That's
suit the,
yeah.
Well, there's no such thing as it.
There is no tentative. It's proposed.
Someone make a motion.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve a proposed 2014 general fund budget with a revenue of $32,060 or 32 million, sorry, 60,691, and expenditures of $35,074,428 for a deficit of $3,013 and $3,013,737 and in the millage rate of 4.51448.
I'll second the motion, understanding that, again, this is purely a proposal that was received by the Board of Commissioners from the respective row offices and agencies, and that includes the courts, understanding that the Board of Commissioners will strive to reduce the deficit and have a balanced budget by the statutory requirement of 31 December 2013.
All those in favor?
Nay.
Aye, motion carries. The next item on the temporary women's annex, we will.
That's not the next item.
Oh, this is on the. Consider making 3 appointments to the Fayette County Conservation District Board of Directors, including 2 public members and 1 commissioner member.
Make a motion to appoint Warren Dick to the Conservation District.
What is a public member?
This
The
is
farm
farm
representative. That vacancy is up. That's my understanding, that it is a vacancy, or will be a vacancy.
That's correct.
Okay, and are you then, the next item, you're going to appoint what, another farmer?
No, public rep. Because that's the other one that's up.
And there's one that was created due to the passing of a representative.
I have 2 questions.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know there's a motion on the floor. So.
Well, I'll withdraw the motion for the purpose of discussion. I mean, I was told that we needed to make the representatives of the appointments, and we had, so.
Okay. Chief Clerk, did you send out the letters to all of the nominating committees? Yes. Okay. Some nominate, and when did you do that? Do you know how long ago that was?
I don't know the exact date. It would have been a month or 2 ago.
Okay. There's some nominating committees that said that, and we only got 2 letters back.
We only received 2, yes.
Which was from the Fayette County Fair Board and then one from the Farm Bureau. But do you recall how many nominating committees there were that you sent the letters? Because there are some that have said that they have not yet received
I
them.
received a list from the State Conservation District,
Right.
what the approved nominating committees for the county was. I sent letters to all this. I think it was 8 or 9. I don't know exactly.
Okay. There was 1 or 2 that said that they did not receive that. I just found that out yesterday. The other thing too is Commissioner Zabatowski, you just appointed Warren Dick. That would be a reappointment. I'm told he does not want to be reappointed. Just found that out yesterday, so.
We have a letter here.
I know, and I talked with Doug Petro after that letter, and he said he doesn't want to be reappointed.
Doug Petro or Warren Dick told you that?
Doug Petro, who was the department head, I called him to find out about this, okay, because, you know, this, first off, because the agenda item said 2 public members, and that's incorrect.
That's my error. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So there's a form. Now, I understand you're not perfect, okay? No one said that, and this isn't a reflection on you or your job or anything. This is just, we're looking at resolutions. Everybody knows that every time we do board appointments, it always gets screwed up. I mean, if you look at last year, especially with this particular board, the people were appointed and then resolutions were rescinded. Just pull the record. So I don't want this to be, this to happen again. We don't have any nomination for a public rep. Well, you can believe me or not, but here's what happened. Yesterday I contacted Doug Petro. I talked with him yesterday to ask him about the positions that were available, and I told him that we received a letter from Warren, from the Fair Board, that Warren Dick, that they are nominating him, and Doug Petro said that Mr. Warren Dick said that he has no interest in being reappointed. So I would suggest, based on that you're not appointed.
Commissioner, I was prepared to wait to do this, but Ms. Revac told me that she received notification from the state that we had to appoint these members by when?
December 1st.
Okay, what about the public rep? What was going to be considered?
Well, I mean, Mr. Dick's motion is still, would we vote on that, or?
Well, you made the motion.
Well, I mean,
okay.
Doug, I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you. You said you spoke with Doug Petro. He said he doesn't want on it. We don't have any other recommendations from any. We got 2 letters, correct?
Yes.
So do we want to allow for the other bureaus to weigh in on this? Ms. Revac, is the statutory requirement to do it by the 1st of December? I don't recall us ever doing. I mean, I don't think we've ever done it by then.
Well, I don't know if you've ever done it by then. I got a big packet from the state with requirements that had to be done by December 1st, which is why I sent the 8 or 9 letters to the nominating organizations asking them to send names in.
Well, but they only got 2 responses, right?
That's the only ones we got, yeah. For
Okay,
form
sure.
reps.
What about for public reps?
The letters were seeking nominations for openings on the conservation district. I didn't list farm rep or.
So we only got 2 letters back,
We
period.
got 2 letters, period, with
So-
3 names.
Okay.
All for farm reps. We have no nominations for public rep. That also has to be filled.
So do you all want to advance this to another, to allow these other bureaus to weigh in again to see if they have any nominees that they want to present to us? That's fine with me.
Well,
What I probably think we should do, and Solicitor, let me know if this, first of all, since we do have a requirement to fill positions by December 1st, let's fill the positions that we can now, and then, at least that's, at least we're doing our due diligence, and then we could go back and recanvass all the nominating committees to see if they have any additional members to suggest for the positions we cannot fill.
Well, the only problem is I made a motion for Warren Dick. It's, I doubt Commissioner Zimmerly, Doug Petro said that he doesn't want to be on it, then would we come back, have to rescind the motion, and then re-advertise or solicit for another recommendation? I mean, let's make sure Mr. Dick wants to be on it, I guess.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable if somebody actually talked directly to Mr. Dick.
Well, if I may speak, I was at the September Conservation District meeting. I'm the treasurer of the board, okay?
Okay.
There was no October meeting because they didn't have a quorum. At the September meeting, Mr. Dick was willing to serve again, okay? Well, that was at the September meeting. which is almost 2 months ago.
Okay. So
The November meeting hasn't happened yet. If you don't fill the vacancies on the board, the people who are in those offices can continue for up to 180 days, and you can make a delayed appointment. So I don't know what you got from the state. Yeah, but that's not the way I think it works.
No, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't work that way.
And
And whatever you heard, look, Doug Petro and I spoke yesterday. He told me that. So let's move on. Make the motion. Don't make the motion. Do something. But I'm not going to argue whether or not, you know, what happened at the September. I'm telling you that I spoke with Doug yesterday and I asked him, Doug, do we have the letters? I wanted to confirm the vacancies, and he said that Mr. Dick, Warren Dick, had indicated to him, and you know, that he does not want to be reappointed. So, you know,
it would be my suggestion, because I don't think
if Doug is incorrect, then so be it. But I'm relaying what he said.
well, we have a document here that says he does want to be appointed.
Dated October 20. No, it doesn't say that he
October
wants.
29th.
Yeah, it doesn't. This document does not say that he wants reappointed.
Well,
what it says is that the Agricultural Improvement Association nominates Mr. Dick. That's all it says for another term, and that's October 29th. And yesterday was the 18th. So,
unless there is a provision in our state funding that I'm not aware of, I think you would do a greater service if you were to table this matter for the December meeting.
Right.
And I think I'd know if there was something there. I think you should table it all until December.
The public member, what nominating committee, do we have anyone who nominated someone for the public?
There's no public nomination.
We only received 2 responses to the solicitations,
and they were
correct?
both formed.
Okay, and it is required, and Solicitor Cup, you serve on the board, I served on it for a number of terms, confirm this, that we cannot, we as the commissioners cannot just appoint another individual for the public vacancy that will be occurring. We need to have the nominating committees send in the letters. We don't have those.
That's right.
That's right.
There are different categories of members, and you have to get letters from
each of
members,
them making their recommendations.
the general public, certain organizations, and you get those letters in, and then you can make a selection from the letters you receive. And if you don't receive enough letters, then you can't appoint anybody. The people stay in office for up to 180 days to give you an opportunity to correct the problem.
Right, and since we don't have any nominating letters for the public, then none of this should be occurring. There's no motions that should be made on this. No appointment should be made. We don't have any. We don't have any letters from the nominating committee for a public rep, or for a Farm Bureau. And then to make matters worse, God bless his soul, poor Frank Munansky had passed away.
Saturday.
A few days ago. So we now have a vacancy, so we need to name another individual to finish out his term. And then we need a commissioner member who's...
Now you could fill that commissioner.
Yeah, I know we can. We don't need a nominating committee for that.
But here's the point, I mean, again, I just want to emphasize, we did send letters out. We just never received responses to the letters. The only responses we received were for Mr. Dick Warren and Paul Diamond.
No, no.
Not Paul Diamond.
Ed Rinkoff.
Ed Rinkoff, I'm sorry.
Those are all for
okay,
farmers,
so
farmers.
Again, we were only working with what we had, and the only reason why I made the motion is I'm going by the chief clerk saying we had to do it by statutorily a certain time.
Are you rescinding the
motion?
Okay,
Let's move on.
I moved to table.
We're too long on one subject there, yeah?
I moved to table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. The next item, I'll make the motion to table on for the temporary women's annex for the lease agreement. Since we did not receive one yet, I make the motion we table that until we do receive one.
So Mr.
Newbauer did not send anything to for review at this time?
Not that I've received.
Okay.
I haven't received anything either. Do you know where the business manager came up with $2,500 to put into this proposed budget? The business manager for the prison during the prison budget meetings, and we went through all of the documents, and we had this extensive conversations as we talked about for hours. He came up with $2,500, and that's where he came up with that amount. It's listed on the documents.
I do not recall him saying specifically where he came up with that at the budget meeting. No.
Okay.
I'll second a motion to table. If there's any further discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval of an agreement between the County of Fayette and Chevron Appalachia for an oil and gas lease on 7.92 acres of property in Spring Hill Township on parcel 36-08-0131 for a 5-year term with an initial payment of $1,000 an acre and 14% royalties.
I'm going to move to table. Solicitor Cup at the agenda meeting, he said that you would scan the documents and send them over and we could talk. We haven't done that yet.
I have the documents here. I have discussed this matter with Mr. Corey, who's the representative of Chevron. I finally got some information from our planning and zoning department that we got a grant from a McKenna Foundation to purchase the land. We did not have a state
under Act 72.
Yeah, we didn't have a state funding source, so that would not inhibit us from entering into this lease. I have attempted to get information from the National Heritage Road Foundation, and they're supposed to send me some more paperwork. I think that we probably are in possession of enough information to decide.
You may be. I have nothing. We talked about this on Tuesday for us to review and discuss. How can I improve a lease agreement when there is nothing? There's no document for me to. We haven't discussed it, solicitor.
If you want to defer this, I can give you a whole copy of my file, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, I made a motion to table until that's done. That's my motion. We can address this at the December or January meeting, and that gives the opportunity for you to get that information back, for you to provide me with those documents you said you would scan, and then we can review them. That's my motion.
Let me ask the question, John. You said that you have reviewed the documents.
Yeah, those are the same ones that went in the emails, and I thought the commissioners got, all three of the commissioners got the email with the original documents months ago. But that may not be true. I don't know. And those are the documents that were presented by Chevron. Now, Mr. Corey, who's a representative of Chevron, is here today. And I think that he probably knows everything that's in these documents as well.
Solicitor, though, have you talked to any of the three commissioners?
No.
Okay, and that's what needs to be done before we can enter into a lease agreement, to review the terms of the lease and what they're asking for. All what I'm making a suggestion in my motion is to table it until if you've not talked to any of us three, okay, which you just said you didn't, and we understand that. I understand that. Fine. Okay. That it's from that date of Tuesday. Then, and I haven't seen the lease agreement. Then how can I? Maybe they can, but how can I then approve to have a lease done? I prefer to table this and then have those discussions, and then we can place it on the agenda for the December meeting.
Mr. Corey, would you like to?
Before he does, let me just, based on your review of the lease agreement, I mean, I do value your
You know, if you didn't get the email with the lease agreement attached, which was I think maybe in October or
Late September.
Late September.
I understand.
If you didn't get that, then there's a glitch in the communication between Mr. Quarry, myself, and Mr. Lukacs. You should have got those documents. Now, if you didn't get them, I can certainly make sure that you get them today. But I'm sorry that I interrupted your question.
No. What I was just going to ask is just, I know you've had the opportunity to review it. I'm asking your opinion of the lease agreement.
It's a standard oil and gas.
Okay, whether you're saying whether we got it or we didn't get it, okay?
I know whether you got it.
Whether we did or we didn't, okay? Who can remember back that far? Okay, you can't even say whether or not it was done, okay?
I don't even know whether I initiated the transfer that should have gone to you.
Correct. So the point still is, and you reviewed it for the legal, you're not giving an opinion on whether or not the county should enter into this lease agreement, because that's not your job. That's the job of the commissioners. You are saying that you reviewed it, and that on the legal standpoint, that in your opinion, that it's the same, it's a standard from other oil and gas leases. You said you don't have the answers to that, right?
Well, I think I've got the answers to the questions that you raised at the agenda meeting. The first question was, do we have a limitation on our use of the property based on the funding? And it was a rather spiderweb investigation to find out where we got the money. We got the money from a McKenna Foundation. We bought the property from CSX. That foundation grant would not have prohibited us from doing what we're going to do, lease it to Mr. Quarry's organization. I don't recall whether or not you had another question from the agenda meeting.
I'd like to see the lease agreement so we can.
Okay.
Sir, are you Mr. Quarry?
I'm Mr. Quarry.
Is there any reason why this cannot, that a 30-day, if we place this on the agenda for December, that's going to cause your company a problem?
For the record, respectively, there is some relevance based, as we identified in the last meeting. I do believe Commissioner Zabatowski asked that question, and I said that we're in the process of construction. That parcel was identified through abstract, and so it will delay construction, and it'll impede our project.
If this is not done at this meeting, but it's done at the next meeting, it's going to delay it?
It's going to delay construction, and it's going to have an effect on the Fayette 1414 well. I submitted the papers back in September. I was omitted from the October agenda meeting. I was present for the November agenda meeting. In the agenda meeting, we discussed, in particularly, we said that we were going to put it on the commissioners' meeting based on the findings. If you had a specific question, and that you wanted to be positive that there were no strings attached as to restrictions preventing any type of violation according to the deed. Mr. Cupp, Solicitor Cupp, did identify that with Arthur Capella that it's foundation money and there is no restrictions. I did provide Mr. Cupp the deed of CSX. There are 2 easements inside that deed, which are flow easements for Lock and Dam down on Rice Landings, as well as down at Lake Lynn. That's all surface issues, as well as a 15-foot fiber optics that CSX reserved. They're all surface issues. As I said, the lease was a non-surface disturbance lease, so nothing would be effective above ground. And based on the time it has passed, I respectively feel that it's time to make a decision on this. And I would like to also allow a representative from Fayette Penn Development to speak with me today on how that impacts Fayette Penn Development.
Alicia Thompson with Fayette County, and the parcel in question impacts the leases on our Spring Hill property. And that if we don't get that lease, like the wells, my understanding from Chevron is that the wells will not move forward.
Well, I understand that, but I'm asking if the 30-day delay is going to cause the problem. We all know that you're not going to be able to move forward without our agreement, for this non-surface right. But I'm saying is it going to delay? What's a 30-day impact? It's not.
It's going to have an effect on the construction of the facilities. By the time we begin construction, 30 days from now, you're going to make a decision, etc. And then I still have. It's going to throw us behind by 2 months. Okay, your 30-day is going to throw us behind by 2 months of scheduling, and that's going to have an impact with the TD of the well, the turn-in line of the well, based on the winter weather and the spring softness of the ground. So, we're looking to do this currently in the winter time, so we can, avoid the.
So you're ready to go in the spring?
So we want to move dirt in the winter, not the spring, because in the spring it's too soft. We're just going to sink all over the place. Now's the optimal time. So that 30-day delay we might not be able to get there till summer when the ground hardens again.
From a business perspective, time is
money, and it would be costly to us.
Right. And so
we got rigs that are.
Yeah, to avoid these types of issues, we need to, the solicitors and commissioners need to get on the same page with this. That if the lease. I'm sorry.
No, I was just talking to John.
Yeah, if the lease is being emailed over to commissioners, then the next step is to have a meeting and review that lease agreement with whatever commissioner wants to have a review, because I don't want to be placed in a position to approve a lease that I haven't had an opportunity to ask questions on and to at least read or and there were some questions on this. There is a motion to table. I'm assuming. Well, I think you need to call for a second on that.
Is there a second on the motion? Is there a second on the motion? Motion dies for lack of second.
Now, Solicitor Cup, are you telling me that this agreement? I mean, there's no there's no issues that can be raised in this lease agreement. You are confident that. See, you're making. I know you don't want to say it. I mean, hesitantly. I can't read that now.
I know that. But I want to make sure that you have one. Because I can print out as many of those as
I don't want to. I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
But but you also have to understand that I'm a commissioner who's going to make a vote to enter into a lease agreement to lease 7 acres of 7.9 acres of county-owned property for 5 years, receive $1,000, and then whatever 14% royalty is. That all sounds well and good. I understand that, but we also have to look at to make sure that this agreement is not going to harm any of the future uses of this property. And that's what I need to go from him. You have to understand my part of it. It's the county-owned property. What's the future use? The whole 9 yards. You're putting up. I know you're going underground, on surface. I understand that, but there's still some issues. How confident are you?
I'm confident that there is nothing I can foresee that would come up. Now, having practiced law for longer than some of the people in this room have been alive, there are always things you can't foresee. And I don't think that you can ever be entirely sure of anything.
I understand that.
John, are you reasonably confident?
Yeah. that all issues in protecting the county property, that you've been a county solicitor for longer than and we are here, okay? Are you confident, reasonably assured that by entering in this lease agreement, it's not putting this particular parcel, county-owned property, in any type of jeopardy?
I will.
For this future uses.
I will opine that to a reasonable degree of certainty that lease will not impede any of the uses that the
Well,
county.
I know if I vote on this, then it's going to be thrown up to me at a later date that, oh yeah, she goes ahead and she, passes, agrees with the lease agreement before, So, someone make a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the lease agreement between the County of Fayette and Chevron Appalachia for oil gas lease 7.92 acres in Spring Hill Township.
I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye.
And I'm going to have to abstain. I haven't had the opportunity to do some consistency with what was said before.
Okay, consider ratification of the following transfers as listed for a total debits of $48,387.21. Credits the same.
Move.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Are there any public announcements? Seeing none, are there any public comments? Yes, Mrs. Mazza.
I have questions rather than comments. And after I ask the question, I may have a comment. My first question is the solicitor's report ready yet? You know the solicitor's report?
Can I answer that?
Sure, absolutely.
Very close.
Very close.
I had to obtain some more information. In fact, just the end of the last week and this week from people at P Corp. And hopefully that information will be here by the end of this week. And hopefully that report will be completed soon, very soon.
So by the next commissioners meeting,
Oh,
maybe you can hand me a copy of it.
Well, I don't know if I can hand you a copy of it, but I will hopefully be able to hand a copy to the commissioners.
Well, if it's done next week, you ought to be able to give it to them before that.
If it's done next week, I would hope so, but I will give it to the commissioners. I'm not giving it to somebody else.
Well, it must be
Well, let me ask you a
report.
question here. Okay, so when do you anticipate having the document prepared for the commission?
Well, the only thing I can say is that I will, I anticipate that it will definitely be delivered to the commissioners prior to the December meeting.
Okay. And not knowing what your report is going to say, it may obviously have an effect on the budget. Okay? Because, right now what's placed in the budget for the solicitor is a salary of like $40-some thousand, and then 2 assistants. Okay? So we're going to need that before that meeting because the numbers were just placed in here. Okay.
Like I said,
if it's going to have a financial impact, I don't know what it's going to say. So.
Yeah, well, like I said, I have talked to I've talked to at least 3 people at P Corp. Patty Emsinger on some numbers that I noticed in some reports that she made relative to cases that are outstanding, because that's part of my report. Assuming that she gets that information back to me this week, I will try to urge her to
urge
make
her
sure.
to do that because
but I think she will. I mean, I've talked to her several times. So.
Yeah. And since you're, can I interrupt you 1 second, Mrs. Maz? I have. No, go ahead. Finish. I'll ask the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that since the report is almost finished, it will be finished within a week, then when do you anticipating hiring a Fayette County attorney to be solicitor for the county? Because his job is done now. You said you hired him to do a report. The report is finished, so now you should stick to your word. You said you would eventually hire an attorney from Fayette County to be solicitor. And I'm asking you, when do you anticipate hiring a Fayette County attorney.
I anticipate interviewing in January.
We're going to start interviewing in January?
Well, it depends on when the report is finished, our review, the commissioner's review of that report, and decisions on whether to accept whatever recommendations.
Well, just by that statement right there tells me if you anticipate interviewing for an attorney, okay, then that tells me that, yeah, there has to.
Now, what I'm saying, Commissioner, is that I'm trying to answer Mrs. Mazza's question. I would prefer to start interviewing in January.
Well, we haven't even decided. We haven't yet decided what the course of action, how the solicitor department is even going to be set up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the recommendations, what our decisions are going to be based on those recommendations, and then we'll issue an advertisement potentially to.
If it's decided if we are going to hire an attorney. Okay, fine.
Okay, I can understand. Okay, back in, I don't know whether it was the April meeting or the May meeting, this board voted to give each township $5,800 from the Marcellus Shell money. Have the townships received that?
Yeah, I contacted the chief clerk and asked her to prepare a requisition to have that done, and the chief clerk did that, had the assistance of Sam Lynch, and yes, those checks went out, and I did get confirmation that a few of the townships received. I asked her to make sure that the townships and the fire departments, I got confirmation from at least one township that the check was received last week.
Yeah, I too have been making
Nothing was done, you're right. Okay, so after that meeting, I went back and sent an email to the chief clerk and I told her to get the requisitions.
Yeah, because I just attended my township meeting and they hadn't gotten a check yet. So I was just curious. It's been, what, 7, 8 months?
And I talked to Elsie Otto of the Firemen's Association. I too have been talking, talked to Sean's office and Amy, and I think that all the checks are ready to go, except Trout Unlimited, which bothered me a little bit. I know they were calling.
The requisitions that were signed was for the township and the
Well,
fire.
that's good because I know the townships need the money. And then I know you can't comment on ongoing cases, but I was just curious about what's the status of the stolen credit card and the $31,000 Fayette County paid on that credit card after it was stolen. Is there an ongoing investigation? Who's investigating? What's going on with it?
The state police are still working on that investigation.
From my understanding, that the
say.
state police, but I don't believe any charges have yet been filed. That's the last information that I've had, but that was several months ago from Bob Carson, sent all of us an email and gave us an update. It's something that if the state police is investigating.
Well, it seems to me that this is a pretty strange situation with this stolen credit card, because I can't understand how after a credit card is stolen and bills come in on that credit card, how the bills got paid by the county. Somebody, somewhere along the line in this county, was very lax, and heads should roll about this, because the taxpayers cannot afford $31,000.
Thank you, Mrs. Massa. Are there any other public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Linda Vogel. I spent the better part of yesterday calling offices, and I must say that the nicest office was the Commissioner's Office Secretary, who did everything in her power to help. Basically, they said to call City Hall. I called City Hall and told me to call the licensing office. All I wanted to know was simply, what is the procedure for Fayette County for a permit for a protest march on a very large scale? I want to know the procedure. If we need a permit, how much it costs. If you can't answer that, I'll probably go to the ACLU or
Where at, man? Where would the...
Right down Main Street, Uniontown.
That would be the
This
city
is
of
grandparents, aunts, uncles, family members
what response were you given
against
from the
the White
Commissioner's
House.
office, Linda? Linda, I'm sorry.
Commissioner's office said to call City Hall.
Okay.
Called City Hall, They couldn't help me, said call the license office. The person who answered the phone at the licensing and permit office was very, and she said, we don't do that in this county. You don't get to speak up. I said, excuse me, Fayette County is not exempt from the Constitution of the United States. And we will march, whether we get it or not.
If I may, we don't even have, whoever that person was, I'd love to know the number you called.
Oh, I'll give it to you.
Because we don't even have an office.
So did you call the city license or the
county?
We don't even have an office that has oversight.
They gave me the number, said call City Hall at 430-2910. City
City
Hall
Hall.
put me to the license office.
Right, that's City
Who
Hall.
then, after she said that to me, and I clarified the law for her, that anyone at any time in this country can stand up and speak what they have to speak when and where they choose. We just want to do it legally properly. The grandparents, uncles, aunts, family people of this county are sick and tired of what happened to that child. I personally have a granddaughter. I have battled CYS for 15 years. Do you know what happened? I have a clean record, so does my husband. He works 7 days a week. My granddaughter is a child from kindergarten has put herself on the bus. I got a call one day, child this month. Don't know where mommy is. And my son's gone. He provides support through Social Security, disability, and cancer. This child gets large support. The money, the mother solely lives off my granddaughter, solely, with another child, another 10-year-old little boy. My granddaughter, as a child, I get a call from somebody, a family member, you got to come get her. We don't know where she mommy is. Okay? And there's a reason I'm telling you this story. Because it involves CYS. We go and get the child. 12 hours later, still no word from mommy. My husband and I called the state police, and we called CYS. CYS never responded, except to do this, and I have the proof. They called her and the grandmother on her side. Word for word, told them everything my husband and I said, every detail. Told them where we lived, where to come. This mother came to our door, which is a steel door. She beat on the door. I can't see. I have a little child in here I've had for 12 hours. I open the door. She proceeds to beat me in the face with the shoe, all about my face, screaming every word that we have told CYS. I know you did it. I know every word you said and quoted it to us. That is confidential information. It is never to be revealed. I took her to court. I won because she flipped on the stand and confessed to the whole thing. And said she does drugs with the agent they sent. They did nothing and laughed at me. I was beaten, assaulted. All right? This problem still goes on. Okay? I have a niece, 3 days old, living out of a car in this freezing cold. Not one call answered. At home, I have documented for a decade, there are over 100 cases where not a single call was answered. And I've got news for you. They're mandated. It's not an option. They're mandated to answer every single call, whether it's legitimate or not. They answer none. None. They tell the people and have them come after you so they can sit in their chair and collect their paycheck. And I've had enough. I was assaulted because of it. Nothing was done to this day. Now my granddaughter's 15. She began punching walls. She's so frustrated. The school called me because no phone number, no legitimate address, no way to reach anyone, but they know I'm responsible and I care. So they called me and begged me to take this child to the hospital. The school reported it as they were mandated. The hospital reported as if they were mandated. This child is busted up punching brick walls, begging for help. Called CYS from the hospital. The hospital called them and the school called them. They did not respond. Never gave them my phone numbers. My granddaughter gave her name and her insurance, which is different. Never gave them my numbers or my name. Never responded to the hospital. Patched her up. Taking my daughter or granddaughter out, put her in my vehicle. My cell phone rings. How did you get it even? Who are you? Oh, this is the registered nurse you just left the ER talking to. CYS told me to relay it to you, to go find the other 10-year-old child, take him home with you, and we'll get back to you tomorrow. Now what they don't know is I have family members all the way to state level in this business. That is totally 100% illegal. They don't know me from a child molester or pervert. They don't know who I am. They didn't check anything. That was on October 23rd. What is today's date?
November 19th.
And I'm still waiting for that call. They still don't know where those children are. I do, but they don't. Never even called. This is how that county this CYS in this county operates, like no other in any other part of the state. I have talked to professionals who don't even want to deal with it. They are the only ones that operate this way. They are mandated to answer. It's not an option. They're not even, they haven't answered a call in 10 years that I know about. And I've got a list of grandparents, aunts, uncles, family members trying to save these babies. And that 2-year-old would not have died if that one call had been answered. He got on, the uncle got on the news and said, I called Fayette County CYS. They never responded. And that child is dead, beaten to death. Maybe we should take the agents at CYS and take them out in the street and beat them to death. And everybody say, well, not my problem. Maybe we should do that.
Yeah.
Get some action in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to stage a march. We want a state investigation. It's beyond the county. This has been decades of putting up with these people.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I may, actually, the CYS is regulated, and the oversight, ma'am, is conducted by the Department of Public Welfare in Harrisburg. I just want to let you know, and if would you?
Quite aware.
Your first name?
By the way, I did call Harrisburg about the beating and the assault conviction. I did call Harrisburg about that. Okay, children use whatever, the welfare program. Okay, I called. Had absolute proof. Admission by the person. Harrisburg turned it over to Greensburg.
To Greensburg?
Greensburg turned it over to the agent and supervisor I filed the complaint on to investigate themselves. That's what was done. Told them to investigate themselves in Fayette County.
Ma'am, in reference to your request for a march, you actually do have to do that through the city because they have to
So I go to where?
I'm going to...
City Hall?
It's going to have to be
because
City Hall.
Because she said maybe ask a cop.
If you will, after the meeting...
Yeah, because they're going to, you know, a march the size that you're talking about, the city's going to have to provide some traffic control so nobody gets injured, and so it's going to have to be the city.
It's in the preliminary stages. We're going to set up a phone line that's not attached to anyone's name so they can't be harmed. And we're going to ask people to call in from all over the county to that phone line. And once we've established that, and how many will be marching, then we can let you know that. But we wanted to know the basic bottom line procedures of where do we start. Because we don't want to violate the law. This is a non-violent protest, but we are demanding justice for these children.
You're also more than welcome to make a public announcement at next month's meeting.
I will be
once
happy to do
once
that.
you have all the the details hammered out.
Right, we're hammering out the details, we're organizing, but there are many, and we are fed up. There are children out there, there are babies out there right now as we speak, living in cars, infants. I have gone by all the housing authority apartments. I have seen the same empty apartments for a year that sit empty. And when you call and ask, why can't you give these people housing, affordable housing? Oh, well, there's a 6 weeks procedure. Well, your 6 week procedure I've watched for a year. Not one of these apartments has been filled. They're sitting empty. What's going on there? That's a question for you. What is going on there? Because these children do not need to be on streets in the dead of winter when they're begging for housing that is available. It's obviously available because I drive by all of them for a year now and they're all empty in the same places. So something's going on here and someone needs to intervene. And I will get back, I will come directly to the commissioners and to this meeting. But when I do, there's going to be a lot of people involved in this. We are done watching children die senselessly.
Mayor, do you understand that they're talking about a city function and not a county function? That who you need to apply for the permit with is the city of Uniontown.
Is the city of Uniontown.
Right. That is not
Okay,
a
now
county
if
level
now,
jurisdiction.
right, again, and what did the city tell me?
Controller.
I don't know, ask the call.
Controller Mullen. That's if there is a.
If there is a
yeah,
march.
yeah, yeah. I
I'm,
don't
not,
want you
I'm
to-
just saying
yeah,
that
he's saying that
you were using the terms interchangeably.
Right.
Right, I understand what you're saying. But when you can't get an answer from anybody, who do you go to?
The mayor of the city of Uniontown is Mayor Ed Fife. That's
Right.
who I would contact. Okay.
You
So
would
that-
suggest I go there?
You can no. I'm just telling you. You can talk with the mayor, and then you can also Solicitor Cup. You said which
The city treasurer should issue parade permits.
if there is a requirement. Well, you said
Right,
parade
what I'm
permit.
trying to find out is that, you know, is there a different permit for 200 people?
Okay,
or
so the
4,000,
city
or
treasurer.
different procedures, this type of thing.
Okay, so what is being suggested, because it is not a county function, it is not something that is a county jurisdiction. You've heard
Okay.
from, I think at one time, Solicitor Cup, were you at one time the solicitor for Uniontown? Or no?
Now the city controller.
Oh, okay. But this is not something that we can,
All right.
we're all here saying we don't know whether or not you need a permit or not, because that's not our jurisdiction.
Okay.
So go to the city treasurer down there at City Hall, is that correct, Solicitor Cup? And then while you're there, you can also talk with the mayor, Ed Fike. Okay, but that's the first place, the city treasurer. Tell her what you want, him or her, what you are looking for. She will tell you whether or not it's something that whether or not you have to
But
apply.
it turns out to be the license office, I'll probably
That's the
have to-
city, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the city, that's where you're telling me to go.
They would be the ones to have jurisdiction if a permit is needed.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comments? Yes.
Unfortunately. Commissioner Zerway, the county recently went on a tour of the prison with the State Corrections Secretary, John Wetzel. Were you invited in on that?
No.
Were you made aware of it?
No. I made a call to the DOC and learned about it like in the evening, the night before, from any warden or fellow commissioners or anyone else.
Apparently, this is like common practice with the county, with your commissioners. You don't seem to inform the minority commissioner of county business prior to these meetings, prior to tours, prior to events. Okay? Am I mistaken in that?
No, it's documented, and that's absolutely.
You got 40% of the total vote for commissioners?
Right.
It's 40%. You got 8,533 votes. The Democrats combined got 21,000. That's 40%. Okay? 40% of the voters in Fayette County voted for this commissioner that you folks are ignoring. Okay? I voted for her. You're disenfranchising her and me. I take it personally. And you're disenfranchising 40% of the voters of this county. I just want to be on record as making you aware of that. I know you don't give a damn, but you're aware of it.
Could I make a comment to that before you go, Eric? Yeah. Okay. I was not aware that there was a tour. I read in the newspaper and the Tribune Review the day after that fellow Commissioners Zabatoski and Ambrosini had contacted the secretary and then invited him up for this tour. What I had done is the day before, I think the tour was on November 15th, I was under the impression, given the information from the warden, that November 15th there was going to be a prison inspection. He made an error, as he stated, and it was November 5th, not the 15th. So I called the Department of State and said, well, what time will you be here on November 15th for this inspection? And the individual told me, oh, the inspection was done 10 days ago. Well, first thing, very much I was upset because the warden had not informed me of that, and he knew from prison board meetings that I wanted to be part of that. I started to ask that individual some questions, and she said, well, why don't you just ask the secretary, John Wetzel, tomorrow, meaning I talked to her on November 14th in the late afternoon. Why don't you just ask Secretary Wetzel tomorrow when he comes to visit? I said, what do you mean he's coming to visit? She said, don't you know? I said, no, I do not know. She said, well, I said, give me the who, what, when, and where, because I'm not aware that Secretary Wetzel will be here. About a half an hour later, the individual, she's a lieutenant with the Department of State, she did contact me back, and she said that she got confirmation that Secretary Wetzel will be there on Friday morning at 9 o'clock to tour the facility. And so I immediately sent an email to the warden, and I asked him who, what, when, where. I asked him 5 questions. His response in an email said that he was told on November 5th that the secretary and deputy secretary was going to come back for a tour of the facility on November 15th. However, he has no confirmation. That was sent to me the night before, at around 10 till 4. So what I did is Friday morning, I heard all the scurrying. I mean, there was a aide to a legislator and a senator standing out front in the conference room. I bumped into, saw Jack Hennigs, the district attorney, and I said, what's going on? Is there a tour? Is there not a tour? There were some conversations, apparently, because I asked the district attorney, I said, well, is there a tour? And he said, yes. He said, I'm heading on over. I said, well, when did you find out? He said, I was called the day before. I was not, my fellow commissioners, the ward, no one informed me. That's why I did track it down. I sent an email to my fellow commissioners that morning because I wanted to be part of it. I didn't get over there until at least 10 o'clock because that's how I got confirmation that it, unfortunately, I got to hear the Secretary Wetzel talk for about 10 minutes. Now, why it wasn't done, you'll have to ask my fellow commissioners.
Well, the thing is, when I'm thinking about that,